today. A lot of those, thankfully, have been over the Everglades. Some of those, though, they've been into bigger areas. And for me, it's close to home. One of them hit my brother's home, my childhood home. We're going to show you visuals of that here in just a moment. Look at the tornado warnings out of Tampa. Notice, though, all of those have been on the southern or eastern side of their area they cover, which means other spots north of here could start to see some of those warnings. We're showing you some of those spots, though. This is a tornado. And again, look at the tornado itself. This comes out of Clewiston, Florida, where that is a wedge tornado. What I mean by a wedge tornado is look how thick it is. It is wider than it is tall. What that means to everybody on the surface is that more people could get harmed by this because it creates a larger area of impact on the surface itself. These have been terrifying tornadoes produced. Whenever you get a tropical system, typically you'll get water spouts, and then they'll come on shore. There'll be tornadoes, and sometimes you'll get bona fide tornadoes. These have been massive wedge tornadoes, something that you would see out of the southern plains typically, not in a tornadic event. There's live radar, by the way. We do have a lot of flash flood warnings. We've talked about the tornadic conditions. I want to bring back in Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. She's in Fort Myers. She talked to us just 20 minutes ago about the tornadic conditions there, confirmed tornadoes and damage. Now she's worked her way towards the coast, and she's looking at areas that are dealing with the surge. We just showed you Sarasota. Brandy, what's that like as you get closer to the Gulf? Is the surge coming in already?
Yeah, so we moved to downtown Fort Myers. So you have the Caloosahatchee River flowing through. So this obviously coming from the Gulf. And I mean, if you're just looking down right here on the ground, you can see it's wet. And then you have the waves that are now starting to breach onto this concrete river walk. And so you can see the surge is basically starting to happen. I think a better representation of that is what we're seeing right here. So you can see the waves just starting to come on to land at this point. And so this is consistent at this point. You got that brown murky water making its way on land. And I mean, really over the past couple of hours, we've already seen inland flooding, maybe coming up through the drains and such. So now it'll be a matter of this also making its way further inland. So along the sidewalk is a little bit lower in elevation than it is here on the road. So it's not making its way there. But I mean, really, just look at it. And the storm, again, not quite here yet. Now, Steve, you also mentioned, well, before I move on, I want to say we could see up to 6 feet of storm surge here in downtown along this river. And if you are where we are, west of where we are, along the beach, you think of Fort Myers Beach, already felt terrible impacts from Hurricane Ian and impacted by previous storms. They could see up to 12 feet of storm surge. So devastating for those folks. Hopefully that does not verify. And the wind as well. We can look up at the trees. You can see just how they are blowing. If you drive around Fort Myers, there are large palm fronds all throughout the neighborhoods, palm trees, the large ones knocked over. And then, of course, we've seen that tornado damage in the neighborhoods. I spoke to one man. His cat is now missing. Their family's displaced. I met a 7-month pregnant woman. They are now having to seek shelter somewhere else. I spoke to some of those residents after that tornado happened. Take a listen.
It was really scary. I mean, like I said, I was inside watching the news about it, and I must have drifted off, because I know I was taking a nap, though, but I drift off, and my daughter, man, she just was screaming through the house, you know, and that's when the front door blew inside the house. So all of that breeze, that water was coming inside.
All right, so there you have it. It's just not what folks want to see before the storm hits. Again, displacing people from their homes that they were planning to seek shelter inside. Again, his cat missing. He's saying that he's just worried about finding his cat. Not that man, but another one that I spoke to off camera. But again, the vivid images here of the early on impacts from Hurricane Milton, the storm surge making its way onto land wave by wave here in downtown Fort Myers, and we're just going to have to keep our eyes open for things that will be flying in the wind, but also making sure we get out of here before the storm surge really starts to impact travel. There aren't a lot of people out on the road, so that's the good news. I am seeing first responders out. Before we went live, I saw a fire truck with their lights on and the sirens on, so they're doing responses. But I was told once the wind speeds get in the 40s or so, they're going to have to shut down their operations. Same thing goes for the hospitals and their team that goes out. You know, think about their teams coming out to help people who need it. They're going to shut down those responses too when the wind speeds get in the 40s. Guys, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up, Brandon. You can even hear it right now, and high tide comes in just after midnight for you. We'll continue to check in with you. Good update there from Brandy, kind of giving us a lay of the land there in Southwest Florida in the Fort Myers area. Thank you, Brandy. Let's take it now to the eastern side of Florida. We're going to go up towards Daytona Beach, where they have experienced some very strong winds. I mean, look at the flags in the foreground. This is going to create a major surge impact later on tonight. Let's bring in Fox weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who has more on that. Haley, I've heard your reports. It has been a tremendous system even for you on the eastern side.
Truly, Steve, it is the entire peninsula of Florida. I mean, the entire area here encompassed in tropical storm, hurricane warnings here. Specifically for Daytona, we are under a hurricane warning. Evacuations have also been issued for certain spots of Volusia County, which is in Daytona, Flagler County up towards the north. Here in Daytona, we have been under the shield of rain over the last probably 24 hours at this point. But we do have two flash flood warnings flanking, one to the north and one to the south. Not quite yet here for Daytona Beach, although we are under that level 4 out of 4 threat for flash flooding. Now, because we are in Florida and the conditions are starting to get a little bit worse, there have been a few more people making their way out to the ocean just to see what's going on. I've got two locals here with me. We have Danielle and Twy. Guys, tell me, what are your thoughts on the weather right now? We had Ian and Nicole. That was recent as well. Is there any comparison to be drawn so far?
Well, for us, we came from California and 3 years ago, but we did go through 4 hurricanes so far. And
which they weren't that strong, except for Ian, of course, was strong. Yeah.
This one seems like it's kind of strong out here. You know, just coming down here, we wanted to check just to see what its difference for the last ones. And you know, last time we had one of our trees kind of fell and landed on the roof and stuff. And
yeah, and it ripped the metal awnings off we have a 1936 house, and those awnings, I guess, had been there since 1936, and it tore those off. So that was something that we noticed with Ian was probably pretty strong. Yeah.
We live here on the peninsula of Daytona Beach. On you know, there's a Halifax on one side and there's the beach on the other. The good news is that we bought a house that was right on the apex so everything goes away from our house. We don't see any floods. Yeah. So it's just the winds that really affect us. But we can imagine people are affected by more than just that.
So I'm sure that led to your decision not to evacuate. I know there's some emergency shelters around the area. Do you know anybody here that did decide to leave, or is the majority of the consensus we're going to hunker down and wait this out?
Yeah, we do know some people who live, like, their houses are more in a flood zone of Daytona, and they were planning on leaving. I haven't updated with them yet, but yeah, they were leaving, and it's like our neighbors right around us are staying.
Most of the people around where we're from are staying. Daytona does pretty well when it comes to of that hurricanes, and other people from other places come here. You know, so Daytona's a great place. We love it.
Yeah, Daytona's been very hospitable to our camera crew here and to all of the power crews that are hunkering down and the people coming in from Tampa as well. That's been another key thing. Evacuees, they're coming to Daytona. And I will say it's not a great condition out here. Storm surge expected a little bit later on here, Steve. But it's better than it is in Tampa, and you know what? We will take any little bit that we can get here. The East Coast, though, it's that tornado threat, especially towards the south of me. At this point, no tornado warnings here, but we are under that tornado watch till about 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, so many layers to this right now, Haley, and so brace for impact. We know it's only going to get worse there. Haley Meyer, she is in Daytona Beach. We'll continue to check in with you. I want to bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross. There's just so much talk about Milton and what it's doing. It's wobbling, it's moving, but you also notice that the northern side of this is prolific with its rain. Let's bring in Brian right now. And when we look at these latest advisories, this subtlety in the movement means everything to the impacts on the Gulf side, Brian.
Yes, Steve. In fact, we're seeing a definite wind movement now, we think, toward the coast. It looks like this is going to come inland south of Tampa Bay, and maybe far enough south of Tampa Bay to drive the water out of Tampa Bay like we saw in Irma. But the strong winds are going to be over the Tampa Bay metropolitan area. National Weather Service just now has issued, you see the blue box there, that's Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota counties for a high wind warning, which is what they do when an eye wall comes ashore. It's to alert people that this is imminent, that the extreme winds are going to move in. So here on the radar, you see that kind of curved shape, bright red there. That's where the strongest winds with this hurricane are. They estimated 120 miles per hour in that band, and there's the pressure at 998 millibars. Here, when we look on the enhanced satellite picture, we can see this cluster to the north of the center. See, the center is in here. Notice it's bending back toward the coast here, and with the center and the most intense thunderstorms on up there to the north. So here you can see there's where the strongest winds are, right there. See it over St. Petersburg, Tampa, over Bradenton, and pushing south into Sarasota, although it's rotating up past Sarasota. But look at the direction of movement now of the eye. Well, we talked about it making a hard right turn. It's made the hard right turn. Now, could it wobble a little farther north? It could, but I don't think it's going to wobble far enough north to push water into Tampa Bay. More likely, it's going to push water out of Tampa Bay like we saw in Hurricane Irma in 2017. It is pushing water against the coast farther south now. Look at this, 3.5 feet above normal high tide. This is not above the tide. This is above normal high tide at Naples, and over 2.5 feet at Fort Myers. That's up the river. So this is the push coming in, just like Helene pushed water in there like crazy. Here you can see this is what the tide would normally be. So we just passed low tide, and now it's shooting up. This is getting very close to what's called major flood stage there in Naples. So this is just the beginning. It'll continue to go up all along that coast as the center comes ashore. Looks like very close to Sarasota, the south end of Longboat Key on the west coast of Florida. Steve?
And Brian, as you were talking about that northern eye wall and that wind concern, we all got messages, emergency alerts to our phones here in Tampa saying for extreme wind warning, right? With that wall coming in until 9:30 p.m. tonight. So hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, thank you for that update. We'll continue to talk with you because a lot can happen from now until landfall and then even after that. Look at the Sarasota camera here. If you look at it too long, you probably get nauseous. That just shows you the wind speed, the intensity of that. Now we're going to take you down to the surface, not too far from there, into Bradenton, Florida. We have Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, who's on the ground. Robert, good to see you again. Man, it is alarming at times when you see behind you just how much energy is getting created with the Gulf and the waves pounding the shore.
It's remarkable. This is West Bradenton, Steve, and this is actually a river, right? It looks like the Gulf of Mexico. It's the Manatee River, and this leads, all the way out into the Gulf. On the other side is Tampa Bay and the mouth as the water will be pushed in, and Anna Marie Island to the west of where we're at. That's probably going to be impacted heavily here, as we will be. But swirling winds here, heavy rains, and wind speeds that have been clocked up to near 80 miles per hour already in this region. As you see, the water continuing to come in. Thankfully, high tide is not till 4:40 roughly a.m. And so we're not going to experience that, but we have to watch the surge because we know some of these numbers are potentially up to 10 to 15 feet on the coastline. In fact, in Bradenton Beach, that was what was expected, where we were reporting all day yesterday. And to think, we saw all the piles of debris pushed up onto the side of the road with the sand, and all that is the remnant of Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago that brought in the 5-foot surge. How much can this area take is the question, right? As we are enduring it right now, menacing Milton, making its way in at one point a Cat 5. now a Cat 3, about to make landfall in some spot really close to here. In the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It all depends. And I think we started this morning in Tampa, reporting live on the Gunnison Channel there in downtown, Garrison Channel rather, and then moved down to Sarasota, wondering and thinking, okay, is it going to turn east? Are we going to have a direct impact in Sarasota? And we looked at the models and figured, you know what, let's head just a little bit north here to West Bradenton, and that's where we stand here as the water is raging on this river right now tonight. Fox weather crews spread out all over the region, on the Gulf Coast, in the center interior, and on the east coast of Florida right now. Tornadoes have been spinning up. It's just a tremendous conglomeration of Mother Nature's hell. Steve, we're in for it, and we're going to be reporting throughout the night. Back to you.
Robert, please stay safe. I know you will. You gave us some insight about how you're positioning yourself. Good update there from Bradenton, kind of giving us that analysis and why there's so much concern on the Gulf side. Let's show you what it looks like just south of Robert right now. We're going to show you from Naples, Florida. There's the pier and the waves that are pounding along the shore. Remember, they are already going into a surge right now where they're eclipsing 3.2 feet above their normal tide cycle. And this is going to be going on for hours. The worst of it expected to push in here in the next 2 to 3 hours. We're going to have more on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Tubi is proud to be free for all the first responders who risk their lives to keep us safe. The teachers, illuminating the minds of our children, and the volunteers who build our communities. Tubi is also free for women who take day naps with way too many candles burning, couples who steal copper pipe out of the walls at open houses, and kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
Don't put your hands on me!
You're not trying.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
If you're not lying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
Cops. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand.
Everyone down?
From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country. It's time to take our country back.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy, only on Fox Nation.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star is off the rails, and you can watch anytime.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, only Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Fox Weather leverages the power of Fox News
We need to pay attention
to bring unparalleled hurricane coverage.
It looks like the eye wall itself is coming in hot.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We're showing you the impacts from Milton all throughout Florida. I'm in Tampa downtown where we have emergency for high winds. That's going to be something extreme wind warning, 120 mile per hour winds potentially here. Let's take you to other areas where the wind is actually creating a surge right now. I want to bring in exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Suddeth. Look at this. This is Nokomis, Florida. And Mark, I just saw you post on X the before and after of this, alarming what we're seeing with the beginning of the storm surge in Florida already.
Absolutely alarming. I worked very hard with my colleague to get these shot out on social media, to get permission to put cameras where we can see what's dark. We're still going to be able to see because of the night vision of these cameras from Port Charlotte all the way up to Tampa. We've got this covered along with you guys, using the technology when we really need it the most.
And when we're looking at this, Mark, when you're seeing this, and I know you're watching the forecast too, does this seem like another record type of event, historic? I know Helene set some records. This already looks bad from this vantage point, especially for the Bay Area as we get closer to landfall.
Yes, it's all going to depend on where that fiercest of the wind drives the surge in. We can't pinpoint that down to a neighborhood, even 12 hours out. So it's that's why you see these peak surge forecasts covering such a large area. But we think about what we're already seeing in Fort Myers Beach, moving up the west coast of Florida, how the circulation interacts with Tampa Bay. We have not seen anything like this in more than 100 years, and certainly not in modern times. A direct impact from a major hurricane, whether or not the eye goes into Tampa Bay matters not. In the end, these massive impacts that we're seeing, the tornadoes on the east part of Florida, I mean, this is what we talk about when we talk about the totality of a really significant major hurricane coming out of the Gulf, and we're seeing it unfold tonight.
Yeah, Mark, when you're watching just the trajectory of the movement, the overall track, something we haven't seen since an unnamed storm back in the 1920s or even back into the 1800s. So what you're documenting right now is historic in every sense of the word. I want to ask you, though, I know you're coming to us live from inside in Brandon, so you're just east of us here in Tampa. What have you seen or kind of heard so far throughout the day with Milton?
Well, so far, not a lot of people on the road. In fact, when we went into Tampa not too long ago to put a camera on the same spot that we had one for Helene, which, of course, that documented a significant storm surge just a couple of weeks ago, driving in and around Tampa. The lights are flickering here. Here it comes.
Forecast, maybe?
Driving around Tampa, it was empty, and that was good to see. Not anybody in Tampa.
Yeah, Mark, there's limited with the people, but sadly, actually, where I'm at, we just saw an accident about 2 hours ago because of somebody kind of just going and rushing and going through a red light. They slammed right into a fire truck. Thankfully, they're okay.
Oh, wow.
They were taken to the hospital right away. But it goes to show why you don't want to be out on the roads in these elements. It's always better to take shelter. Exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Mark Suddeth, thank you for that update. We'll continue to check in with you to look at this surge. I want to talk about Milton in its entirety. We're getting closer and closer to that potential landfall. Where I'm at here in Tampa downtown, the blistering wind comes in on this ebb and flow. And you're looking at all of that rain off in the distance, currents. It's like that pressure washer effect of all of this. Wind speeds in this area have already been clocked right around hurricane force. That's 75 miles per hour or greater. Sarasota Bradenton Airport got 77. And the worst of it is coming in the next several hours. That's why they sent an emergency alert to all of our phones. And it's been warned now for winds potentially up to 120 miles per hour. Now, let's try to track out a little bit with, Milton and what we've already seen so far. West Palm Beach, Florida, they had 92 mile per hour winds. We also have had several tornadoes confirmed on the eastern side of Florida. We'll show you those visuals. I've been getting some visuals from my family there, and each one alarming because of the extensive damage. But it's not just the wind. The rain, by the way, in areas like Fort Pierce, they've had some rain gauges eclipsing 9 inches of rain already. By the way, Fort Pierce is on the I-95 corridor out by Port St. Lucie and just north of Jupiter. So well removed from our event. So right now, this is what they're saying. This is radar estimated 6.25. Again, we've had a rain gauge that's pulled up at least 9 inches of rain. Notice what's happening over there in Tampa. We are starting to pick up that rain where we're getting right around 4.5, if not greater. Sarasota, nearing 5 inches of rain. Again, this is all ahead of that northern eye wall that will push in, not only lead to the wind gusts, that's going to be a concern, but notice, where do you see the darker colors? That red to orange, where the rain rate is 3-4 inches, if not greater. That's in that area of the Bay Area, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Bradenton, Sarasota. All of these spots are going to get hit with that rain. We are going to unpack it for you here on Fox Weather. Stay with us. We'll have more live reports after the break.
I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Ian Oliver. Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, and we'll be tracking powerful Hurricane Milton as it makes its way across the Gulf of Mexico, through landfall on Florida's west coast and beyond. Make sure that you keep your phone, your tablet, your laptop fully charged so that you can watch Fox Weather and get the latest updates and alerts even if you lose power. Don't forget, you can get it all by downloading the free Fox Weather app, and you can watch us live. Find out how at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free. Fox Weather is your...
This is Poof Litterizer, and it puts an end to litter box stink. Just sprinkle a few tablespoons onto clean...
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Deck and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star is off the rails, and you can watch anytime.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, only Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered, and the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives.
Sanctuary America, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Don't put your hands on me!
You're not trying.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
If you're not lying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
Cops, new episode Friday on Fox Nation.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? We get it. Saying goodbye to that much money every month can be tough, but by refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders, so it's easy to find the refi that puts the most cash back in your pocket. And life with extra cash is, well, extra. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country. They've divided us against ourselves. Now, we're faced with a choice. We can allow America to decline, or we can take our country back. America stands for truth. So pull up a seat, because every revolution starts with an honest conversation.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy, only on Fox Nation.
I promise not to talk too much.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24, your freedom, your vote.
Vantage points of Florida all taking significant impacts from major hurricane Milton. We have Tampa, where we do have a wind warning, an extreme wind warning. We'll get into that. Daytona Beach, where we have Haley Meyer. They're taking on the rough surf. Not too far from there, we have Bob Van Dillen. We'll check in with BVD here in a moment. Hudson, Florida, where they're taking on the surge right now. And Naples also taking on the surge. Welcome inside to Fox Weather. I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. I'm coming to you from downtown Tampa, where we've had over 4.5 inches of rain, but you'll notice behind me, the wind has really started to enhance. That's why we have that extreme wind warning that goes into effect for the next several hours until 9:30 p.m. The wind expected to get up to 115 miles per hour, and that is for 2.7 million people. Widespread impacts and powerful impacts. But truly, the story of Milton throughout the early portion of the day has been the tornadic conditions. This has been historic in every sense of the word and prolific. Sadly, this hit close to home. On the other side of the screen there, you're noticing that is from my brother there in West Palm Beach, Florida, in Wellington, Florida, just outside of there, where you're looking at the tornado. That's one of 126 warnings that have been issued. Every single one of those red warning boxes is a tornado warning. Many of those have been confirmed. When I was talking with my brother in a brief moment, checking in on him, everybody is okay, thankfully. This is the extensive damage he has seen throughout the neighborhood. Everybody is accounted for. Sadly, though, the neighborhood next to us, they're saying that there's some injuries and potentially some fatalities. I'll try to get more on that throughout our show here, but you can tell roofs have been ripped off, cars have been flipped and thrown into homes. These tornadoes have been powerful. You look at them, the structure of them is what we call a wedge tornado at times, where the width of the tornado is greater than it is tall. Why is that important? Because it creates a bigger impact on the surface itself. It creates life-threatening conditions for so many of these spots throughout Florida. This has not only been exclusive to South Florida, even though, by the way, the National Weather Service out of Miami, they've issued the most tornado warnings they've ever had in a single day of any year at any time frame out of this event. They had 55 tornado warnings. Then we take it over to the National Weather Service in Tampa. They've issued the most tornado warnings out of any day, out of any month, out of this event. That just shows you why a tropical system is much more than the category itself. Category only tells you the wind. It doesn't tell you the vorticity. It doesn't tell you about that storm surge. It doesn't tell you about that rain total. We talk about all of those threats and try to build that awareness, but you got to stay locked in on this forecast because it evolves throughout the day. And there's still a lot of iterations left, a lot of different type of impacts from Milton. We are now closing in on another 1 to 2 to potentially 3 hours from landfall. But landfall doesn't stop impacts. The impacts continue on. That just gives us that designation of when the eye wall, the center of it, crosses over land. Still some major concerns when you're looking at the radar there and what's going to unfold. We have teams throughout all of Florida talking about those type of impacts. We're going to talk about more of that. I want to show you now. This is Naples, Florida, where you're looking out over the pier. Notice that rough surf. It has been powerful, and that's what's going to drive all of that energy onshore. And they've already registered on their tide cycle with the gauge for the storm surge over 3.2 feet above the cycle. Again, this is only going to get worse as the high tide cycle moves in for these areas of Southwest Florida, whether it's Naples, whether it's Fort Myers. Their high tide hits just after midnight. So they just pushed through low tide, and they've already seen this type of damage. Now look at the storm surge up where we are at in the Bay Area. This to me is alarming because what you're seeing is a reverse surge. The wind's coming in out of the east, or if you're in East Bay, the northeast. So the water is actually leaving the bay right now. That is going to change as we get into landfall and the hours after that. Because hours after that, the wind's going to change out of the west and southwest, and it's going to drive all of this energy in. There's Naples. There's the live camera of the pier. They've actually seen worse of the surge now. Another half foot on top of what I was talking about before. So now we are at 3.7 feet above your normal high tide cycle. You're looking at Fort Myers, 2.7. We do have Brandy Campbell. She's in Fort Myers. She'll get us some more information throughout our show. We do have Brian Norcross, our hurricane specialist. He's going to jump in. We're getting hourly updates from this event. But Brian, when we talk about those hourly updates, that is just the position of this storm. You had said, hey, we've already seen that position move, right? That eastward jump is starting to happen. What are you kind of seeing? And talk to us about those impacts from Milton as we get closer and closer to landfall.
Yeah, we're pretty certain now, Steve. In fact, we're very certain that the center of this storm is going to come in well south of Tampa Bay. And that means we may very well get a reverse surge in Tampa Bay like we did in Hurricane Irma, where the water in Tampa Bay is pushed out. Still, some areas around the bay can get surge over the shoreline. But for Tampa Bay, this does not look like a direct push of Gulf water at all. In fact, for the Manatee River, where Robert Ray is, that water is being pushed out of the Manatee River. From Sarasota north, we're getting this outward push. Now, let me show you what's going on as of the update from the Hurricane Center, 120-mile-an-hour winds, peak winds. And the peak winds are in this feature here, that sort of croissant-shaped northern eye wall. You see it right there? And then look at the track from the Hurricane Center. Look at the bend to the right. You can see clearly it is heading in the direction for the center of Sarasota. But the bad weather and the bad effects of this storm are going to be in that croissant-shaped red feature to the north. That's that northern eye wall. So this blue kind of box here the National Weather Service put out, that's an extreme wind warning for Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota County, and extending inland a bit. That's for the winds up to, say, gusting to 120, 125 miles per hour across the metropolitan area of Tampa, St. Petersburg. Then we have on the other side of it, we have the water coming around like this, and that's pushing the water in toward Venice, Englewood, down to Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, and Naples. So let's take a look at that. The other thing I wanted to show you is this. This is where the hurricane hunters located the center, plus or minus. Actually, it still had a south wind at that point, so the center was over here just a little bit at that time. And that's the feature that they're tracking there. You see that little circle spinning around there? That's the actual center, because that's the old smaller eye wall. And notice what direction that's going. That's going right in here. So this is going to make landfall, it looks like, right around Sarasota. So this is going to put maximum storm surge down here, Boca Grande, all these areas along near Englewood, Venice Beach, and so forth, and into Fort Myers, although they'll be farther on down the coast. Here's where we are right now, 3.7 feet above normal high tide at Naples is major flood stage. So there is flooding underway there along the coast in Naples and starting to push inland. And the tide is still coming in, and the push from the hurricane is not there yet. Look at the angle that the winds are flowing. When the hurricane gets up here, the winds are going to come like this, and that'll be the maximum push. Looks like that's going to come 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. At Fort Myers, up the river at 2.7 feet above normal high tide, this is going to be flooding initially here into downtown Fort Myers. So a lot going on there. There you see the peak. See, this is the storm surge from the storm pushing it up. There's the normal tide. So we're in a phase here of the tide coming in, although the peak tide is not until after midnight tonight. So we don't deal with peak tide quite, but slowly rising tide here, plus the push of the wind from the storm. So, Steve, I think it's pretty clear that there in Tampa where you are, you're going to get these very, very strong winds coming in from a generally east, northeast, then east, and then southeast direction, or maybe southeast switching around, and it's going to push the water out of Tampa Bay, and then we'll see about flooding around the interior parts of the bay, but the beaches in Pinellas County look good. Looks like we're not going to have the surge there.
That's a good note to have there. With looking at around the Bay Area, the wind, though, is a big concern, and we'll be talking about that through the night ahead. Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross, thank you for that update. Let's take you now on the ground and show you what it's like just outside of here, about an hour away into Bradenton, Florida. Here's Sarasota right next. That's like the sister city to Bradenton. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. And Robert, I mean, we're talking about the Manatee River. I mean, this thing is raging right now.
It is remarkable to look at and listen. You know, some of the most important things that I'm seeing out here is the fact that, you know, all of this is brushing right into homes, unfortunately, on that side, which also are containing their power in the distance. I don't know if those people are on generators or what, but we know that power has been lost in some of these areas. We just saw some of the pops happen moments ago, unfortunately. And, you know, I have to say, Steve, we're starting to have vegetation come off of some trees and shrubs, and that is indicative of the wind speeds beginning to be increased, unfortunately, as part of this eye wall is out there getting really close. We don't have an official landfall yet, but the eye wall is upon us right now, and unfortunately, it's just going to get more intense as this comes in. On the other side of the Manatee River is Tampa Bay, okay? And that is where the water will begin to come in, unfortunately. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge in some of these areas that is predicted, in places that have already been ravaged by Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Piles of debris everywhere. They just didn't have time to remove them. And I just had something hit my helmet, and I heard a click there. So I probably need to get glasses on for the next time I head out here for these live reports. And by the way, we are monitoring this water very, very carefully. And we have an exit route that will take us through a neighborhood into mainland and get us out of the shore here. But we think we're going to be okay, at least for the time being. High tide is not until 4:40 a.m. Here. And we will see in the next hour or so a landfall somewhere very close to here. Mass evacuations have been in play. If you haven't evacuated, yeah, it's too late. Hunker down, head on a swivel, and keep focused, because you're going to need that as the rain and the winds kick up and the sound is raging and roaring here. Milton, just malicious. We are taking it here on the Gulf Coast as the entire peninsula of Florida is going to overnight well into the morning. Godspeed, everyone. Everybody in Florida, all the Fox Weather crews, and the first responders. Back to you, Steve.
All right, Robert, thank you for that update. Please be safe, my friend. Keep your head on a swivel. I'm going to take it just south of you. We're going to go down into areas of Fort Myers, Florida. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. And we've talked about that surge. Brandy, I looked at the latest numbers. It's increased by a half foot. Walk us through what you're experiencing there.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking behind me, you can see this water just quickly rushing onto land behind me. So, stepping a little bit of water there. So as you can see, the waves coming on shore about 2.5 hours or so ago, it was not this way. The water is actually well below the ledge of where we're standing along the Caloosahatchee River. So just a preview of what is to come. We know we can see up to 6 feet of storm surge here, and I believe Brian mentioned that at this point is at 2.7 feet above the normal high tide. So getting onto the sidewalks and just kind of flowing inland. And while we can't see it from where we're standing here in downtown, there is some flooding along the streets, maybe coming up through the drains as well during this time. Thankfully, not a lot of people driving the roads, though. We are starting to see some people come out and kind of take a look at what's going on. I mean, if we are able to zoom in down there, you can see there's a couple of people just looking at the waterways. I mean, there are piers or docks, I should say, that were above ground or above water level, and now they're kind of being covered by the water. It's also a very gloomy look out here, almost a grayish purple tint to the sky. And as you can see, yeah, more folks out here. But at this time, obviously, everybody should be inside taking shelter. But the wind speed's not too hectic at this point. But you have the palm trees that are really giving way throughout this storm so far. If you take a drive throughout the neighborhoods They are everywhere, and these are large ones, so something you got to keep in mind if you are outside. We're keeping our eyes peeled for that too. On top of that, many people have already been deeply impacted by this. We've had tornado damage in some of the neighborhoods here, impacting businesses too. I actually spoke to 2 men earlier whose homes were impacted. I'm talking about roofs already being ripped off, unfortunately. Here's what they had to say about what they've already experienced.
I saw it. My front door just came inside the house, blew inside the house, you know, and she was just freaking out, man. Let's get the worst damage on this, you know, but at the end of the day, we can be all right, man.
So the windows blew out. I knew at that moment, like, something's wrong.
All right, and unfortunately, that young man, second man that I spoke to, his cat is missing, so he kind of, felt like, disregard all of this. My cat is missing, and he was trying to stick around and see if the cat might show up, but unfortunately, he felt like his cat might not be alive because it was in the room that was basically sucked away. The roof was gone, and things inside of it was gone. His neighbor even said the water out of the fish tank inside of his home was sucked out of the tank. So it was little things like that, but they're unfortunately going to have to find another place to ride out the storm, guys. Back to you.
That's terrifying, Brandon, when you think about that. Your pet's disappearing in this type of storm, and that was early on in this event. We still have a long ways to go. Fox weather correspondent Brandon Campbell, thank you for that update from Fort Myers. We'll continue to check in. For Brandy, it's really about that storm surge that's upon us. I want to show you what's happening all the way down into the Florida Keys. I mean, you look at this surge coming in, and this is just battering along the seawall, spitting up. And of course, you still got people there trying to take pictures. So this just shows you the intensity in those areas. I think for the Gulf Coast, though, this surge is really going to pick up here over the next several hours. Here's what we're tracking. There's Milton, still a major hurricane, 120 miles per hour, and it's moving at a good clip at 15 miles out of the northeast. Landfall is impending. We already know part of the eye wall is moving onshore. But remember, it's when the center moves over land. We will unpack the impacts from Milton here on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Nearly 1 in 4 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft.
Larry, check this out. With On Deck, we could get a small business loan fast and start hiring more help right away.
Or loan cannon!
Why, Loan Cannon, why?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Deck and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered. And the cost isn't just in dollars, it's in lives.
Sanctuary America, streaming now on Fox Nation.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
Tubi is proud to be free for all small business owners. But it's also free for thugs and cronies who shake down small businesses for money. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump. Streaming now.
Don't Put your hands on me. Oh!
Cops is back.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
You're not trying.
I wasn't running. I just missed my turn.
If you're not lying.
When somebody assaults me in the spirit with a demon?
Cops. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
The live coming to you from downtown Tampa, where we are under an extreme wind warning until 9:30 p.m. That's because winds could get up to 110 miles per hour sustained as that northern eye wall slams in from Milton. I mean, behind me, you could just see how this wind is coming in, blowing that rain horizontal. I've noticed when I've kind of scanned the area, as it hits some of the taller buildings, it's actually kind of curling. It's creating a wave effect as it blitzes on in. We're starting to see those power outages climb throughout Florida itself. We have over 340,000 customers without power. Here's the concern. There's no way to restore that in the thick of this storm. We're already seeing 911 operations being suspended in Manatee County. That's where Robert Ray is right now in Bradenton. So what does that mean? That means if you are in danger and you need 911, they can't safely come out to respond to you as of right now. Now, we've talked about the wind, what it can do on land. Here's what it does when it hits the water. It creates this storm surge. Notice in areas just south of the bay, we're talking about Anna Maria Island, down towards Bradenton, Sarasota, Lido Key, they're up to 13 feet of storm surge. On the other side, you're looking at this is actually out of our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Mark Sutton's camera, Nokomis, Florida, where that surge is already coming in. What we're experiencing in the Bay Area is this reverse surge. The winds coming in out of the east and the northeast is allowing the water to retreat out of the bay. It's a very eerie and alarming thing to see. Hopefully nobody's actually witnessing that firsthand, because you don't want to be out in this. But as this moves on shore, makes landfall, the wind direction changes on the backside of the system, that water is going to come rushing back in quickly. Here's where we're already feeling the surge. Naples, 3.8 feet. Fort Myers, we just talked with Brandon Campbell. The water encroaching on her closer and closer. They're getting close to 3 feet of storm surge right now. And this could heighten as we get closer and closer to all of this. I want to bring you back down on the ground into Bradenton, Florida. That's where we have Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. And Robert, I was just seeing in your county, they've suspended 911 operations just because of how treacherous the conditions there are. The winds are strong. I mean, you're under this extreme warning, wind warning along with us. Walk us through what you're seeing there along the Manatee River.
Yeah, this is the strongest wind conditions we have seen. And it is sideways rain, obviously, because of the intensity of these wind gusts and sustained winds for that matter. Vegetation off of trees is starting to peel. We are starting to see a degradation in that. Power has gone out. They're as dark as it can be. To my right, to my left, and you see the Manatee River behind me. Maybe you see some of the reflections off of some of the signs that are up in that river. And we are just on the south side of Tampa Bay, the catcher's mitt, as this storm, Milton, is going to make landfall soon. We don't know exactly where, but it will be very, very close to where we are right now positioned. And this Manatee River that is continuing to get flushed, we have not seen surge, thankfully, come up into this area. We're very careful about our exit route as well. But many of these regions that are in the dark with mandatory evacuations on the shorelines, these barrier islands like Bradenton Beach that we reported from all day yesterday with piles of debris still from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Thankfully, at least according to officials, most people did heed those mandatory evacuations. But right now, right now, these is the most intense conditions that we have gone through the entire evening. And we started in Tampa, went down to Sarasota, and made our way through here. And by far, the heaviest wind gusts that we are experiencing. We know that there's been up to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I assume that we're seeing higher. I'm planted between two pieces of vegetation right now to try and save us right now so we're not going to get blown off of this ground, and our vehicles are sitting above here on the Manatee River, being lit by the fox weathered beast. And this is what we're dealing with. We are nowhere near the crescendo, so to speak. There's going to be landfall, and then there will be some more of the energy that comes through, and it moves all the way inland and onto the other side of the peninsula. We are just getting going, unfortunately, and we can only pray and send positive vibes into the air across the peninsula of Florida that it is not as catastrophic as we have predicted. But there may be situations overnight tonight that first responders will not be able to get to. As you said, they have suspended operations in most spots. And as you can see, this is why, Steve. Back to you.
That's good. Thank you. And Robert, thank you for that in-depth reporting, talking about what's happening there along the Gulf Coast. We'll continue to check in with you because we are getting closer and closer to that inevitable landfall here, and you're right into the center of all of that. You can see Robert bracing for all of this. Again, the wind is really starting to bring it. We're going to go north of Robert right now, out towards Madeira Beach, Florida, and bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist. That is Mike Seidel. Mike, every vantage point we've seen, this is really starting to enhance, and it looks like it's really deteriorated for you as well.
Yes, indeed, Steve. We're in the eye wall right now on the north side. You can see on the radar where the eye is. It's just off the coast, right along the coast, down in Manatee and Sarasota counties, up here in Pinellas County. It's all about the wind and the rain on the north side. Even kind of a chill tonight. This is not one of those summer hurricanes where temperatures are in the low 80s. It's down about 74, 75, and we still have the east wind. And that is a good thing because that's going to keep the water out. And as Brian Norcross mentioned, if it does continue its trek in just to our south, we're not going to get the surge that was forecast, thank goodness, on the Pinellas County beaches and up north, because the wind's going to stay offshore until the storm goes by Tampa, and then eventually we'll get a west to southwest wind. But by that point, it's not possible to get those 8 to 12 foot numbers. So at this point, we're looking better and better. We're not out of the woods yet, and certainly not from the rain and wind department. We've now had another inch plus at St. Petersburg Airport between 6 and 7 Eastern. They're now over 8 inches of rain today. We're forecasting 12 plus, 12 to 18 inches. Flood watches are up across a good chunk of the Florida Peninsula, along with that tornado watch till 9, and we'll see where it sets up when they extend it, because they will extend it, the Storm Prediction Center, at 9 Eastern. Right now it covers just about all of the peninsula, with just this howling wind blowing right to the Gulf of Mexico. So right now, the beaches, you can still see them. And we're hoping that holds, and once the storm goes by, Steve, we will get an onshore flow, but at that point, we're going to miss the major push of water like they're seeing south of here, as Robert Ray mentioned, as you go from the areas in Manatee and Sarasota County down towards Fort Myers and Naples. The other thing we've noticed, we did see something flash over there. The power is still on here on the island, but on the beach rather, Madeira Beach, but I did notice that about 7%, at last check, 7% of residents in Pinellas County are without power. That's not bad, 7%. We'll take it. We'll see how things shake out in the next few hours as we keep up with these hurricane force wind gusts. So Steve, right now a positive vibe, a little bit of a positive vibe because of that track for us here in Pinellas County on the beaches, but we still have to get through the next few hours of the wind and the power outages. And we'll be right here, staying safe. We've got our safe spot if necessary to head inside, but all we've seen blowing so far are some light objects like pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, something we'll be watching for is definitely that debris from prior storms like Helene. Those projectiles, they can be thrown real quick. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel, thank you. It's not just the Gulf side, though. Let's take it to the eastern side of Florida. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. He's in Cocoa Beach. That's if you left here in Orlando, took I-4 about an hour and a half, 2 hours, you'd get there. And Bob, sadly, I was seeing what you were posting on Twitter. I mean, the tornadic conditions really playing out on the eastern side of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a tornado story right now. I've got a tornado story, or it's probably a water spout more like it. We actually, Steve, had a break for about 15, 20 minutes, and we went into our hotel lobby, and we got a pizza. It was like 5:45 p.m. Eastern time, and all our phones start going off. Tornado warning, tornado warning. I look at our Fox weather app, and sure enough, nice hookup go over us. I don't know if it was over the water or right here. I didn't have time to zoom in. I take off, my photographer Ross takes off because we want to go save our equipment that's out there on the beach. He went a different way. He went out the side way. I went out the front door, and all of a sudden, nothing but a wind tunnel just whipping. It was a wall of water going by. My hat gets taken off my hat, and my head gets into the road, and it gets picked up, and it's into something. I lost my hat. I'm like, what is going on? So I took some video of the backside of whatever it was. Whatever it was, I'm pretty sure it was either a weak tornado or a water spout that came ashore, because it went through our parking lot and went all the way through North Atlantic Ave, which is the main stretch of highway right there in Cocoa Beach, and it took out power lines. So the linesman crew were out there till just about 5 minutes ago where they picked up, but they closed the entire road off there with the police activity because a possible tornado went right over that street and took out some power lines. Our lights flickered in a hotel, of course. That's what it looked like. Now, as for my photographer, Ross, I actually gave him this hat because I've been working with him forever. He never had a Fox hat. I got to take it back now. Apologies. He went out to go save his camera, and he got knocked down. He got knocked down by a water spout, but he's holding on to the camera and everything. Our live view took a big hit. That's why it took us about an hour and a half to get back up online. But everything seems to be working right now. The only thing that we see damage-wise is just the power lines, Steve, but some coconuts down and palm fronds, but that's it. So that's the story right here. I mean, these tornado warnings were real. That was either a water spout or a weak tornado went through. I caught the back end of it as it raced behind me. Just a very kinetic situation, Steve.
Yeah, it shows just how quickly everything can unfold. Bob, I'm glad you and the crew are okay, and we'll continue to check in with you because we know as this makes landfall, it gets closer and closer to you, and that changes those type of concerns there along the East Coast. That's Bob Van Dillen in Cocoa Beach, Florida. He talked about the tornadic conditions for him. I've been talking about throughout our show what's happening with my family on the eastern side of Florida. This is in Wellington. That's just outside of West Palm Beach, where that's my childhood home. My brother lives there now. They took a hit from a tornado. It left our neighborhood, went out towards Binks Forest, and sadly that neighborhood took a direct hit from a substantial tornado, and there was a car that was thrown into a home. I'm told by my brother who went over there that there was 2 people inside that car. So there's still a lot of information that's coming to us. Major concerns of what's happening throughout Florida. Remember, over 126 tornado warnings throughout this event. It's been historic. It's the most tornado warnings ever issued by the National Weather Service in Miami and Tampa in a single day. There's that car right there. A lot to see with Milton, and more updates coming in after this. We'll have that on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Stay tuned to get an all-new Bell & Howell Bionic Floodlight for $50.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
Today is a new day, and FoxNews.com just made it a little bit better. Yeah, we're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, with original and exclusive reporting. But we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. What? Fox News has games? You betcha. Bigger, better, with so many more ways to find the stories you want. It's the perfect way to spend your day. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Fox Weather leverages the power of Fox News
We need to pay attention.
to bring unparalleled hurricane coverage.
It looks like the eye wall itself is coming in hot.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Don't put your hands on me! Oh!
Cops is back.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
You're not trying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
If you're not lying.
When somebody assaults me in the spirit with a demon?
Cops. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
Iowa takes on Washington. Big noon Saturday, only on Fox.
I'm Dr. Michael Baden. I have performed more than 20,000 autopsies. The answers are there. You just have to know what to look for.
The Baden Files, streaming now.
And welcome back in here to Fox Weather. We are in downtown Tampa where we're under an extreme wind warning. That means winds up to 110 miles per hour sustained. We've already got a gust just outside of here in Sarasota up to 90 miles an hour. We have the northern portion of the eye wall that is moved onshore. Remember, for official landfall, the center of the eye has to move over land. That would be classified. We are closing in very soon on that. Of course, we will get to that throughout our show. It's not just the Gulf side of Florida, though. The eastern side of Florida, they have been taking rounds and rounds of potent bands, and everything has been packed in. Heavy rain, damaging winds, and even tornadic conditions. I want to get out to Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer. She's in Daytona Beach, and Haley, when we think of Daytona Beach, we think about the shore, right? The coast has been eroded away with prior storms. That is a big concern. What have you experienced throughout the day so far with Milton?
Well, currently, Steve, it's been the wind that's continuing to pick up. Peak wind gust here in Daytona out of the day, 47 miles per hour. So we're not at 90 miles an hour like they are out on the East Coast, but it's definitely gusty enough. My hat flew off a few times. A couple palm leaves were out into the street, but that's about it. Now, the worst of the wind still expected a little bit later today. We are also in the lowest of our tides at this point. We're about to climb into high tide. High tide expected to be around 1 in the morning. And so that's when the storm surge concern becomes a bigger threat, especially with the earlier arrival of Milton expected for the east coast of Florida. That would then put it in Daytona, potentially coupled up with high tide. We do have a storm surge warning here, and that would go if we do have about 5 feet. That's the max storm surge that we are predicting. But as you mentioned, coastal erosion is a very big problem here. Now, where I'm standing, this is near all of the hotels, a lot of hotels this way. But immediately down towards myself, we have Daytona Beach Shores, and that was a community hit incredibly hard from Ian and Nicole, both of those storms back in 2022. Now, Ian aided in the coastal erosion, but no major failures of property. But Nicole actually dealt that final blow with the tropical storm that came in off of the Atlantic side here and blew into the area, and some of these homes crumbled into the water. If you go down to Daytona Beach Shores like we were yesterday, one home still looks relatively untouched. There's been a bit of a battle between the insurance company because of coastal erosion not falling under the platform of flooding or wind damage, but it is still something that came from a tropical system. So we'll see how that fares out. Also, a little farther down this way, I'd say maybe about a quarter of a mile, there's a hotel that's been closed for 2 years since Hurricane Ian. They've had issues with black mold, still untouched. So there's a lot of underlying issues here that come from a storm
And also, I'm not sure if you can see it in the shot or not, but down this way, we've got more shops and piers. They're boarded up. So folks are taking this seriously, but standing here in Daytona, we've had quite a few people come out to the coastline to try and look at what the waves are doing. Here's the problem with that. Number one, now it's dark, but also we are officially under a flash flood warning. At one point, we were flanked under 2 flash flood warnings, one to our north in Flagler County and one farther down towards our south where Bob Van Dillen's been at. Now we are officially under that. We've seen about 4 inches of rain in this general area. We also have a special marine warning. We could see some water spouts, that rotation coming up towards Daytona. So we're near a spot where we can seek shelter if need be. Unfortunately, Milton has produced violent tornadoes so far. We hope Daytona isn't another city added to that list, Steve.
Yeah, so watching so many threats that are evolving right now. Haley, a good description of what's happening in Daytona. We'll continue to talk with you about that evolution here throughout our show. I want to bring it now to our Fox Weather storm specialist on the other side of Florida, back on the Gulf side. We're going to get out towards Madeira Beach. There is Mike Seidel. And Mike, the concern is just this blistering wind not too far from you. 90-mile-per-hour winds already ripping through.
And just around the corner at the St. Pete Airport, we just had a gust of 76, so that's just a hair over hurricane force. And the wind, again, still blowing out to the Gulf. We love that, an east wind. Now, eventually, as the center makes landfall, it's going to our south. The winds will eventually, later on tonight, come around onshore and start to push some water in. But with this track now, it's almost certain, and we've heard Brian Norcross talk about it, it's going to go in south of Tampa Bay and south of where we are here in Pinellas County on the beaches. That's going to save us a lot of issues with storm surge. I'm not saying we're not going to get any storm surge at all in Tampa Bay or here, but by and large, we're not going to get that push of water had it gone a little farther north like you're seeing south of here, down towards Fort Myers and Naples and the Port Charlotte Harbor. Wind is frisky. It's sustained about 40 miles an hour, tropical storm force. And you can see how it's blowing the rain horizontally. Don't see anything really blowing around. We've seen a few pieces of cardboard, but that's it. This pile of debris over here, I think we can walk over here and show you this pile of debris. This is the one that's closest to us. Now, again, we don't have a lot of debris on this particular street because they picked it up, but the neighborhoods around here, boy, they have a lot of debris. I mean, block after block. And the concern has been it floating around and then being blown around. But now that it looks more and more likely we're not going to have that extreme surge of 8 to 12 feet, you got to feel better about that. But there's some of the debris we'll keep an eye on that through the evening. Let me get back over here in the wind and rain. And something else I can tell you about power outages still, last check, less than 10% of Pinellas County without power. So we're looking pretty good from that perspective. We'll see how it goes. We still have a lot of wind to go. Still, I'd say 3 or 4 more hours of some fairly feisty winds before things start to calm down after midnight tonight. So there you go, Steve Bender back in Tampa. Your winds have not gusted as high as we've seen in Sarasota, St. Pete, and along the coast so far. I think you've gusted around 50 or so far, but we'll see how that shakes out too, because that's going to really play out as far as the power outages go as we see this move inland towards Orlando and eventually over towards the Daytona Beach area after midnight tonight.
Yeah, Mike, it's kind of alarming when you say it's only 50 to 60 miles per hour, because from where we are, it feels a whole lot worse than that, and we know it's going to enhance here in the hours to come. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel, good in-depth report there from Madeira Beach. Please be safe. We'll check in with you. By the way, just wanted to update this. We actually have seen some of that rise in Sarasota with the water. We actually have the Walker Creek rising up to 10 feet because of what we're seeing with this wind coming in. A creek makes me concerned because it doesn't have anywhere, it overflows its banks. Let's bring in somebody who knows this area like the back of his hand. I got Fox Weather meteorologist Ian Oliver. He's back in headquarters. And Ian, you've been talking about just the subtleties and the wobble of Milton creates a major and dramatic impact for those areas like the Bay Area. What have you seen so far as we get closer to landfall?
Steve, we're going to talk about the number that you just mentioned coming up in just a moment. But yes, this is so nuanced what we're watching. All the while, we've had these hazards throughout the day. A prolific tornado maker, record numbers for both the National Weather Service office out of Tampa Bay and also down in Miami. Lots of rain, but it feels like the wind aspect of this for the Tampa Bay area is starting to kick into gear. You just saw the report from Mike Seidel. We had Albert Whitted Airport there in St. Pete gusting to 89 miles per hour. Sarasota International Airport, Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, up to 90 miles per hour. I was only a few miles down the beach from where Mike was less than 2 weeks ago for Helene. And St. Pete, Albert Whitted Airport gusted up to 82. This has been a brutal run. Some of those surge numbers, though, are very nuanced, and it has everything to do with the structure of this storm and where it's moving into the coastline. We've got our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, back with us. And, Brian, we were talking about this. Very unique in the sense that there was this disrupted eyewall replacement cycle, wind fields getting stretched out, and where this is cutting in and the angle of approach is going to do some weird things with the surge.
Yeah, it took a hard right into the coast, which we were kind of afraid it would.
Yeah.
So that maximizes the surge where the strong winds are pushing toward the coast. But it looks like here with this northern eye wall up in here where the strongest winds are, this is what produced the 89 mile an hour gust there in St. Petersburg on the bay, the airport being right on the bay, coming from the northeast. This is going to push the water out of Tampa Bay, and we are seeing a slight negative surge on the
I walked into the studio
there,
and I said to you, is this Irma 2.0?
Right. Now, we'll see, because it takes a sustained amount of time to get that water moving, right? It's definitely going to go down in Tampa Bay below normal. Whether it all goes out, that remains to be seen. But the way this is moving, there is going to be a long period of time with an east or northeast wind pushing on Tampa Bay like that. But down here, and by the way, what we've plotted here, we plotted where the hurricane hunters found the center, and we're tracking this thing right there. Now, what's left of the original eye wall. Hurricane hunters found that this big new eye here, 52, 53 miles across, right? And so where the Hurricane Center, when they actually pinpoint landfall, what are they going to do? Are they going to try and follow what's left of that little one, or are they going to use the big one? I don't
This is kind of
that.
academic, but it matters because that would delay landfall if it's the big donut, probably an hour or so.
It could.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's imminent, and the point is, the big important point is that this is going to go ashore somewhere near Sarasota. I don't think there's any doubt about that. That means that the Tampa beaches are not going to get the surge. Right, for sure. The St. Petersburg, the Pinellas beaches are not going to get the surge, and we'll see what happens inside Tampa Bay. Now, with the surge that we were talking about just a moment ago that Steve was mentioning, so here's Longboat Key here, here's Lido Key here. There's an inlet right there. See that inlet? So the water has been driven in that inlet, and Walker Creek is right on the other side there, and the water is pushed up into this Walker Creek. And in our analysis, the surge component of it's about 8 feet.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, so
That's
it's 10 feet of water rise.
Yeah, 11 feet total level.
Okay.
Right? But we figure about 3 feet of that is normal.
Okay.
Okay, normal level, right? So it's about 8, maybe 9 feet. So anyway, that's a lot of water in the neighborhood, right? So we have fearful of significant flooding there in Sarasota. Farther on down the coast, take a look down at the Naples. Here's the Walker Creek one. So you can see 11 feet, and we figured about 3 feet in here might be normal. Okay, farther on down the coast, look at this. Heading for 4 feet, 3.5 is major storm surge down there.
We saw that with Ian when it was getting up and over and into the fire station, things of that nature.
Right. And this is over 3 feet above normal high tide in downtown Fort Myers. So this is, coming over the Caloosahatchee, coming over the banks there. And here you see the direction. Sarasota there, here, and then Naples. That's interesting. In Naples, right? Because Venice there. That looks wrong, actually.
Yeah.
That direction, I think, right? But anyway, south, so it's like this. So here's the circulation out here coming ashore right through there as well.
Even Punta Gorda gusting to almost 80. But your point there, the magnitude of the winds is one thing. The direction is truly the important factor. And we're going to see these winds shifting in subtle ways that start changing these surge numbers considerably. Steve, that's just something that we're going to keep an eye on as we move forward through the next several hours. Even well beyond landfall, we're thinking on the backside of this, we could see a water rise.
Yeah, Ian and Brian, we're talking about the wind direction changing areas like this too. Daytona Beach late tonight. Look at the flags in the foreground. That is blistering wind, and sadly all along the east coast of Florida, I-95 corridor, they've seen tornadic conditions, heavy rainfall. So much to unpack with Milton. We have some updates on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star is off the rails, and you can watch anytime.
Hang on! Welcome to the party, Captain. We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country. It's time to take our country back.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy, only on Fox Nation.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV. And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Don't put your hands on me! Oh!
Cops is back.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
You're not trying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
If you're not lying.
When somebody assaults me in the spirit with a demon?
Cops, new episode Friday on Fox Nation.
911, what's your emergency?
There is a dead body on the side of the road.
You can learn a lot about a person even after they die. I'm Michael Baden, and I have performed more than 20,000 autopsies.
We really thought this was going to be a straightforward case. Then we get the autopsy report back.
The answers are there. You just have to know what to look for.
The Baden Files, streaming now, only on Fox Nation.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24, your freedom, your vote.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered. And the cost isn't just in dollars, it's in lives.
Sanctuary America, streaming now on Fox Nation.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates both assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
You had a rangefinder.
Every one of the senior leadership should be held accountable.
A second assassination attempt.
We're compiling the subject's movements leading up to September 15th.
You haven't heard the full story like this.
Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump, only on Fox Nation.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We are under an extreme wind warning here in Tampa downtown, and we're looking at those wind gusts throttle up 40, 50 miles per hour just outside of us into Sarasota at the airport there in Bradenton. They actually had a wind gust to 90 miles per hour. It is significant. Damage is starting. We're starting to get reports of that. I want to bring in Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. And Robert, you were kind of reporting that damage. A scary scenario just unfolded for you. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, guys, we just had this entire tree snap and fall right on our vehicles. I had just gotten done with a live report where I was showing the Manatee River, which is right beyond this tree. and walked into my vehicle, looked at my phone, and then all of a sudden, boom, the whole tree just comes down and partially goes into the vehicle where Lloyd is. He had the camera lens covered up with a towel so that all the spray and debris wouldn't hit. So we didn't capture the moment, but you see the aftermath of this right now. For sure, a hurricane wind gust to take down a tree like that this evening, and we've got more winds. I crouched down because there's part of the tree that is still standing, and I don't know if you could see that up there as the wind, but this goes, you see how just massive this pine tree is. This goes for, I don't know, probably 20 feet, and then you hit the Manatee River, and all you do is you smell the pine tree, and you have the rain kicking through and all this debris that's being kicked up from the vegetation. We're going to have to move out of this area. I fear that this tree, the other part of the tree, is going to collapse. We have no power in this area, very difficult to see, and just the audio from the winds coming in here is just outstanding. And it's tough to listen to and tough to hear anything. We can't even hear each other when we're talking. In fact, after this fell, it was a bit of a chaotic moment where I said, "Are you guys okay?" I couldn't hear a darn thing because the wind was roaring so badly after this tree just fell. And so we are awaiting that landfall, but nonetheless, the impacts are being felt, at least in our little microcosm here. I cannot imagine what's going on in the darkness of night all around this area. We are in West Bradenton, not too far from where the potential landfall actually could occur, as the rain is kicking up again, hugely right now. I gotta put these glasses on because that's the only way I can look up and see whether that tree is compromised and it's gonna fall. If it does, we are out of here. We'll get right off the darn camera here. Very dangerous situation. I hope that everyone is okay in this area. As you see, all of this pine tree collapsed. Again, just a snapshot of what's going on here in the dark of night as Milton is coming in, Steve.
Yeah, Robert, terrifying because it's so sudden when those trees fall. You have no anticipation of that, and it shows you just how large these trees are. It's not just palm trees. These pine trees, they create a lot of damage. Robert Ray, please be safe there in Bradenton. We'll let you kind of relocate, and we'll get some updates. We've seen trees collapsing all across Florida. We have over 340,000 customers without power throughout the Sunshine State, and that number only likely to increase as we await that landfall. Now we're at over 420,000. Notice a lot of those are actually on the eastern side of Florida. You're looking out towards those areas just south of Kennedy Space Center. The Bay Area, though, more of those spots starting to pop up where they're losing power. We are under a extreme wind warning. We are awaiting landfall. It could happen anytime now along really the next hour here, and we'll be bringing you those live reports, and we'll get you those updates on the ground. There's Daytona Beach. Stay with us here on Fox Weather Live. A long ways to go with Milton.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
126, first on the scene.
We're looking at the worst mass casualty event in the history of Texas.
This season of 911 Lone Star
Can you hear me?
is
Get back!
off the rails.
You ready?
I was born ready.
And you can watch anytime.
Who does she think she is, Laura Croft?
Police, put your hands up!
Every Monday, it's all new.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
Know what's happening in college football right now? How could you? It changes every second. This player switched to this team. This team switched to this conference. This conference switched to this channel. But sometimes it's on streaming. For Big Noon, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know it's on the same time, on the same channel, on every TV in the country. College football's complicated, but Big Noon? Hey, fan.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
And welcome into Fox Weather, showing you 4 different vantage points and the fury and impact of Milton, a major hurricane that's coming in and an inevitable landfall here at any moment. We're going to talk about the new advisory that just came in. There's Tampa. We're under an extreme wind warning. That's where we are. Daytona Beach, that's where we have Haley Meyer, and she's talking about that coastal erosion, the rain that's come down. Hudson, Florida, dealing with the storm surge. Naples also dealing with the storm surge as well. There's so many impacts from Milton. Welcome inside Fox Weather Live. I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. We've been under an extreme wind warning. That means in the Tampa downtown area, winds of 110 sustained. That's possible over the next several hours. I've had to, at times, turn my back so I can brace for the wind. Just outside of here towards Sarasota, wind gusts now topping to 93 miles an hour. The eye wall is here. We're getting close. Look at this on radar. The latest advisory coming in right at the top of the hour. And what we're noticing is it's still a Cat 3, 120 mile per hour. It's moving towards the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour. And as we zoom in, you'll notice the northern side of this, that's where you have the most robust and unstable portion of it. It's called the northern eye wall. And they're worried about the catastrophic flooding that can ensue for the I-4 corridor. Yes, and here in Tampa, then Lakeland, Orlando, and Daytona. On top of everything that we've already seen, 5 to 8 inches of rain possible. Look at this. This is radar estimated rain. Anywhere that's in that lighter orange, 3 to 5. In those areas, the darker orange, now you're getting to a half-foot or greater in most of those locations. That's already fallen. We could be surpassing a foot of rain easily for most locations. Isolated spots could get it close to that 18 inches of rain threshold. There's Vero Beach. By the way, Vero Beach is on the eastern side. That's I-95. They've already surpassed 9 inches of rain, along with Titusville, St. Augustine. This has been a truly powerful event. I'm going to take you south of where we are here in Tampa. I'm going to take you all the way down to Fort Myers, where they've dealt with tornadoes, heavy rain, and now they're dealing with that surge. That's where we have Fox Weather correspondent Brandon Campbell. Brandon, walk us through what you're seeing there now in Fort Myers.
Yeah, Steve, right now it is mostly dry here in Fort Myers, so that is the good news. We're not getting the heavy rainfall that we saw earlier today, but what you can see right now, we are having the wind impact. So we know we can get wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And I believe about an hour ago, the sustained winds were in the 20s. So we'll have to see if that continues to increase. But just taking a look behind me, you can see it's not too hectic, but this is still what folks are experiencing. In the last hour, we were actually along the Caloosahatchee River, so along the waterways, really exposed to the winds. Now we have moved about 15 minutes or so inland to our hotel to make sure we were safe from any storm surge, because we saw the water starting to come up from the river onto land, just steady, wave by wave coming in. Over there near the river, they could see storm surge up to 6 feet. But if you are along Fort Myers Beach, along any of those beaches, the storm surge could be up to 12 feet. So right now, many people evacuating, leaving their homes, which is good news. Earlier this morning, the county said they had over 6,000 people in local shelters because, you know, you don't have to leave the state completely. You don't have to go very far. You just need to find a safe place from the water and also a safe place from the wind. So that's what we're also doing at this point, making our way back in. On top of that, we had the impacts that many people have felt so far or have been threatened by, which is tornadoes. And so earlier today, we went to a neighborhood where some of the roofs were gone. Just pieces of different buildings and signs also just kind of strewn about. So a lot of people already feeling the brunt of it. But I think the good news is right now where we are, just kind of in the middle of Fort Myers, it's not too bad considering everything for the most part. But again, we know this is not the end of it, and I'm sure things are a lot more rough for the folks that are along the coast, along the Gulf Coast, and close to those waterways, really having to consider the storm surge in this case. Steve?
Yeah, there's so many of these little waterways. As you had mentioned, there's the Walker Creek up here in Sarasota. It's risen 10 feet in total. You know, you think about that, how quickly that can all happen. Brandy, and you spoke about those tornadic conditions. My concern about all of that for you and those people there in Fort Myers and Southwest Florida, that happened so early on in this event with Milton.
Yeah, exactly. And so some of the residents were saying they're concerned about the rainfall that could get into their homes. And obviously you're exposed, your roof is exposed. You know, once that goes, that kind of leaves the rest of your home vulnerable to further impact. So it's a very unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it just shows you how many layers there are in this event with threats, right, Brandy? When we look at all of Florida, they've had over 130 tornado warnings throughout this event. As you alluded to, though, once your home is exposed and you have all that rain coming in, now you're thinking about those homes are going to have to be gutted and everything replaced there. Major concerns as we were watching the water rise. Brandy Campbell, thank you for that update from Fort Myers. Please be safe. We'll check back in with you. I want to show you some video that I got from my family here just outside of West Palm there in Wellington, Florida, where they had a tornado rip through earlier today, not too long ago. And when we look at the damage, it's been extensive. I've been told everybody in this neighborhood and the nearby neighborhoods are without power. Sadly, there's been homes that the roof has been ripped off. Trees have been uprooted and thrown through the home itself. There's been cars that have been flipped over, and there's been concerns about injuries, if not the concern about fatalities in this event. It just speaks to the intensity of this. By the way, I grew up on the eastern side of Florida, so we're not talking about close to Milton, on the other side. So this is Wellington, Florida. That's my neighbor's home on the other side. The roof collapsed. Then you stretch along this, and you'll see it was widespread. The nearby neighborhood is called Binks Forest. They took a direct hit from this, and that's where you have extensive damage all throughout this area. These are big trees that have collapsed. They've been ripped apart. And sadly, this has been a historic day when you're talking about the tornadic conditions. For the National Weather Service out of Miami, they have issued over 55 warnings. That's the most ever for tornado warnings out of any day, out of any month. The same can be said for the National Weather Service out of Tampa. So it shows you these storms are much more than just the wind threshold in the category. I want to bring in our Fox Weather hurricane specialist, that's Brian Norcross. And Brian, I mean, man, these winds are ripping through Tampa, and I know we're not getting even the worst of it. What are you seeing? Because radar is so tough to tell where the center of this thing is, because it looks like it's just a massive core and massive kind of eye that is formed. Tell us what you've seen out of this advisory, this new one.
Well, hurricane hunters went out there and actually measured this very large center, sort of an eye. They said it was closed. They saw clouds all the way around it, over 50 miles, and it's down here. It's approaching Sarasota now. The Hurricane Center, as of the new advisory, the update here at 8 o'clock, 120-mile-an-hour winds, 954 pressure, moving east, northeast, and it's 20 miles west-southwest of Sarasota. So at that rate, it'll be in Sarasota in just over an hour, the center of it. But Longboat Key and Lido Key are there west-southwest of Sarasota, so we expect before that, so before 9 o'clock Eastern time, expect to have the center ashore there in Sarasota. We'll look close up in just a second. But here I want you to notice what's going on north of the center, and especially right here, because this is metropolitan Tampa, St. Petersburg. They are getting blasted by that northern eye wall. We've seen winds up in the 90-mile-an-hour range. They are gusting there in the Tampa metropolitan area. Okay, looking close up here, you can see here, look, take a look right there. That's the donut. This is where the hurricane hunters put it some time ago, but there's the donut moving in. So when the center of that donut, which right now looks to be about there, moves over the shoreline, that will be official landfall of Hurricane Milton. But the way this has gotten redistributed because of the strong upper-level winds that we've been talking about, that's put two things. It's pushed the storm, kind of tilted the storm forward a bit. So you see this kind of curvature up in here, which is this northern eye wall. But it also has put extra energy in the northern part of the storm, because this is where the winds are kind of screaming aloft. And so they create extra strong thunderstorms up there. So this is where the strongest winds are going to be, the heaviest rain is going to be. Now, talking about rain, when we get to look close up here, you'll see the gap here. Remember the way the winds were blowing. Now they're changing around, because now here the center's down here. So now the winds are coming around here. But they were blowing in that inlet there and blowing into Sarasota Bay here. And so the creek that drains into Sarasota Bay is kind of backed up, and here the water level got up to 11 feet. Normal is about 3 feet here, so about 8 feet of rise. That's not all surge, because they've had almost 8 inches of rain there in Sarasota, so that's trying to come out the creek while the surge is holding it in. So anyway, no doubt serious flooding going on in Sarasota. Down in Naples, into major flood stage now. We're getting into Helene-type flood stage there. Same in Fort Myers up the river. But up the river, again, rainwater is trying to get out while surge is coming in. Here in Naples, we're right there on the Gulf, on the beaches there, right at the Naples Pier. So this is direct surge coming in now, and that we expect to even continue to go up as we're getting landfall here is imminent. 93-mile-per-hour gusts at SRQ. Sarasota Bradenton International is the current gust. Look down here at Punta Gorda, 79. So this whole coastline this is it. It's happening right now. Luckily, we're not at complete high tide, but the tide is coming in. Venice, Englewood, Boca Grande, into Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda area, and then moderate surge farther south, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and on down to Naples. Flooding in all those areas, but the big flood is going to be between Punta Gorda and Sarasota. Steve, back to you.
Yeah, and Brian, you think about how that onshore flow is going to continue even after landfall. High tide comes in around midnight. Major concern in Southwest Florida. We'll check in on them. Thank you for that update, Brian. And let's talk about what we're seeing on the ground. You heard Brian reference Sarasota at the airport, 93-mile-per-hour gusts. This is what it's like on the ground. We got our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brendan Kopic, out there and showing you that damage that type of wind can create. Signs completely shredded. Metal just completely thrown around. Debris now can potentially be lofted. Big concerns for these areas on the Gulf side of Florida. And again, landfall hasn't happened just yet. We're tracking Milton. We're getting closer and closer. This is a broad view of that. When you look at the numbers, it is everything that a major hurricane that you would expect, and then some. Dire concerns about the flooding potential and flash flooding from Tampa along the I-4 corridor, because the axis of this in the northern side, it has plenty of rain that's going to come down. We'll have more on that on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what?
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
Go, go, go!
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
I'm Dr. Michael Baden. I have performed more than 20,000 autopsies.
We really thought this was going to be a straightforward case. Then we get the autopsy report back.
The answers are there. You just have to know what to look for.
The Baden Files, streaming now on Fox Nation.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star. Off the rails. And you can watch anytime.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox or watch anytime on Hulu.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates both assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
You had a rangefinder. Every one of the senior leadership should be held accountable.
A second assassination attempt.
We're compiling the subject's movements leading up to September 15th.
You haven't heard the full story like this.
Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump, only on Fox Nation.
And our coverage does continue this evening. We do have Robert Ray live in Bradenton, Florida. Robert, where you are, conditions are picking up. We had a tree that fell not too far from you.
Yeah, well, right in front of us, Kiana. The tree fell on one of our vehicles. Part of the tree went into the vehicle and hit Lloyd Alford in the camera. He's okay, we're all okay, and we're monitoring all this as the winds continue. I got to take these off for a second to look up. There's a huge part of the tree that is still up there, and as the winds kick up, we're just kind of waiting for it to dismantle the rest of it. But a massive pine tree beyond me, the Manatee River there, you can't see anymore. It's 20 feet of pine tree that has fallen, and this is just one moment, one little aspect of what's happening here in the dark of night. There's no power in this area, and so we are going to have to move and go into part of West Bradenton. We're going to cut through this neighborhood, get off of the river here, and look at what is going on over there. And then actually we're going to head all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, which is not far by any means, as Milton is beginning to make that landfall, and we will bring it to you live on Fox Weather and the Fox Weather Beast illuminating all this. This guy has been through a lot, and thankfully it is here to help show all of this disaster right now, and thankfully this crew is okay. But Kiana, we are going to make the move. We're going to pack this up, go through the dark of night here very safely, and bring you more reporting here in the coming hours all throughout the night. Kiana?
Before you go, and I'm glad to see that you guys are doing okay and you're safe, where you are, is that cut off access? I heard you talk about cutting through a neighborhood. Do you have limited access to getting out of that neighborhood at this point in time?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. We're going to cut through this neighborhood, the same neighborhood that we came in. And if I had to guess, we're going to see debris on the ground. If this tree has fallen with the hurricane gust that we've received here, some of the strongest hurricane gusts of Milton here that we know of, because of the position that we're in, I have to think we're going to have to zigzag through. We're just going to have to see, play it by ear. We know that we're safe right now, but what's to come is another piece of the logistics. We just don't know. Head on a swivel right now, super hyper focused, and that's the key. We got to be like that. Kiana?
This afternoon, I know the winds are picking up there. You probably can hardly hear me, but heading to the Gulf of Mexico, what's next in line for tonight?
Well, that's where we're going, and we're going to have to see the way this goes as far as hurricane tracking and coverage, especially if you're going to move around and you're not going to be in a lockdown position. Is we have plans and we know what we're doing, but on the other hand, we're always expecting the unexpected. So moment to moment, I can guarantee you we get on some of these roads and we will not believe what we will see, unfortunately. I just hope that it is not catastrophic at this point. As the past 2 hours, we've had some incredibly strong hurricane gusts come through here, as expected. And we just, tomorrow morning when the light comes up, it's just going to be a mess, no doubt. We'll see how it goes tonight.
Absolutely, Robert. Looking forward to hearing your story continue. Stay safe, head on a swivel out there, and we'll be checking in with you through the course of tonight. Thank you so much, Robert, there. Stay safe tonight. And we do want to continue the coverage here as we continue to watch things picking up. We've been talking about the winds. Top winds right now out of Sarasota coming in. Wind gusts at 72 miles per hour. Just to the south of that, Fort Myers doesn't have a gauge. It looks like that wind gust might have been knocked out. And just to the north, Tampa coming in near 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So really close to picking up. I want to take it back out to the field. We have Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. He's live in Madeira Beach. We'll talk to him in just a moment. But as we continue to watch, Tampa is catching the rain. And as we look at the wind gusts, as I've been mentioning, with the landfall imminent, these are expected, these wind gusts getting up to 70, near 80 miles per hour on the southwest side of Florida. We also see some bigger wind gusts up towards Orlando that have been picking up. And Sam, if you can help me push this along, that would be helpful. Top wind gusts have been coming out of Sarasota, 93 miles per hour. So this is what we're feeling as this gets ready to make that landfall. We do want to toss it to Fox Weather's storm specialist, Mike Seidel. He's out in Madeira Beach catching the latter half of the conditions, and he's seeing conditions just like this with the power outages that just have been pouring in. We're looking at top power outages coming in out of Hernando, 34% of the county there out of power. We're getting these numbers that are coming in steadily. 500,000 customers along Southwest Florida that are without power at this point in time. And this is on top of the heavy rain that has been falling. We've been seeing areas like Vero Beach, 9 inches so far today. We look out towards Stevens Park, over 7 inches there. Sebastian coming in at half of a foot. So these are a couple of different things that we've been watching, those different characteristics of seeing a tropical system. Not only are we dealing with the storm surge that we have been talking about, but the heavy rain that has been pouring in and the high wind gusts too. Tampa still falls under that high wind warning at this point, as that landfall is expected any moment now within the hour. And this is where we've been seeing the brunt of the conditions between Sarasota and into Tampa with the heavier rain. We have flood concerns that have been in place through the course of this afternoon and evening. Last 12 hours, if you look at central portions of Florida, we have several flash flood warnings that remain in place. Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach, all of these big metro areas continue to see the heaviest of the rain falling at this point. And as we continue to watch through the latter half of tonight, things are going to be worsening after we have that landfall. It looks like we finally do have Mike, so I do want to head out towards the field here. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel, live in Madeira Beach. Conditions there look absolutely nasty. Tell us what's going on.
Hey, Kiana, yeah, more of the same. Strong gusty winds, hurricane force wind gust, lashing rainfall, 1 to 2 inches an hour. We're now up to around 10 inches at St. Pete, the nearby airport. They just gusted to 79 miles an hour, which is just over hurricane force. The Sarasota gust we mentioned in the low 90s. The wind still basically blowing east, so we still don't have any concerns about the surge. And we've been talking about this over the past couple of hours, the fact that with Milton going in just to our south, that's going to cut down on those surge values that were forecast here. 8 to 12 today. That's not going to verify because we're not going to get the onshore wind until it's too late to push all that water up. Not that we're not going to get any surge at all, but it's going to be a lower value, and that it seems to be the case too for Tampa Bay. We've talked to Brian Norcross throughout the evening how this changes the whole calculus of the situation. It's all about the wind direction, and that wind is going to be blowing out of Tampa Bay. Now eventually it will come around from that direction, from the southwest and south off the Gulf of Mexico, and we'll have some water rise. But the saving grace for our area is there's so much debris around. Not so much right where I'm standing, thankfully, because that's why I'm standing here. I didn't want to get hit by anything. But all the neighborhoods in this area and these beaches, these barrier islands here in Pinellas County, down towards Manatee and Sarasota counties, there's so much debris that in this area, if you don't get that water, it's not going to float around. That we still have wind blowing things around, but we're not going to have, it doesn't seem like we're going to have the situation I had envisioned earlier today of, you know, a 6, 7, 8 foot surge, everything floats around and gets blown around, and then tomorrow morning when we wake up and you got to get the bulldozers back out and the heavy loaders, front end loaders, to get everything off the street so it's passable. Power outages now up to about 17% of all customers in Pinellas County, and it's probably changed, but the last time I looked about 10 minutes ago, pushing 550,000, just over 1 million customers without power in the state of Florida. A sporty night here in Madeira Beach, but a glimmer of hope for the Tampa Bay area as the surge is certainly coming up south of here, but right now no surge yet here on the Pinellas County beaches, and we don't expect any big numbers or any records like Clearwater set just 13 days ago, 8.6 feet with a lean. So Kiana, that's how it stands here. It's status quo in the eye wall for now. Eventually it will go through here, and I'm giving us about another 3 hours or so before we start to see things tame down as far as the rain goes. Wait a minute now, my phone is going off here. Now we had a severe wind warning for this area until 9:30. It went off, but I don't see anything on my screen just yet, so I'm not quite sure what the alarm is for, but we still have the storm surge warning and the hurricane warning and also the flood watch here where I'm standing. Kiana?
Worst of things. You do have a flash flood warning over you as well, so stay safe out there. We'll be checking in with you through tonight. And Mike talked about the lack of storm surge there, but there are other areas that are catching the brunt of this.
Yeah, maybe it was the Fox Forecast Center texting him to talk to him about this. Kiana, I haven't seen this in a little bit more than 7 years. I was sitting with a Max computer at the University of South Florida, right there in Tampa. It's a negative surge that's developed in Tampa Bay as that center of circulation is passing just off to the south. Now, wind and rain, the severe weather potential, Mike just talked about that extreme wind warning. There are numerous hazards here, but because of this wind direction, yes, water again, just like we saw back in September of 2017, is being pushed out of the bay. It's not Irma 2.0, but it's the same processes that are producing that. Old Port Tampa, negative 2.0. St. Pete, negative 1.1 foot. So the water is lower as compared to what you would expect because it's quite literally being pushed out of the bay by Milton's winds. Now, that is not the case south of the center. As you see, the direction of these winds are onshore. Punta Gorda, we've got gusts up to almost 80 miles per hour, up to 93 at SRQ, Sarasota, Bradenton International Airport. And unfortunately, the opposite is true where the wind is onshore. You've got almost a perpendicular wind direction to the coastline down here into parts of southwest Florida. Naples now, that number is up to 4.5 feet of water rise. Fort Myers up to 3.6. We're going to have to watch those very closely as we move forward through the short term. You see this center of circulation, it's becoming pretty nebulous. It's going to be whatever the NHC decides is the center of what's left of that inner core. We could be just minutes out, likely within the hour, they'll call a landfall. Keep it right here on Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ, for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton through landfall and beyond. We've got these hazards that linger into the overnight.
Whether because of discomfort.
Tubi is proud to be free for all small business owners. But it's also free for thugs and cronies who shake down small businesses for money. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote. Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives.
Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected.
Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
Go, go, go!
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star is off the rails, and you can watch anytime.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates both assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
You had a rangefinder.
Every one of the senior leadership should be held accountable.
A second assassination attempt.
We're compiling the subject's movements leading up to September 15th.
You haven't heard the full story like this.
Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump, only on Fox Nation.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton, where as I glance up at the Fox Weather Alert system, Largo in the southern part of Pinellas County, more than 10.5 inches of rain recorded. This is a storm that presents so many different hazards. We've talked about the surge a lot. Yes, with this storm that's changing its structure, its wind field is growing larger. Big wind gusts with an extreme wind warning up for much of the Tampa Bay area. You've got all that rain, and this is a storm that produced just an absurd amount of tornadoes through the day today. In fact, it broke record for the number of tornado warnings issued by both the National Weather Service office in Tampa Bay and down in South Florida. So we'll see how many of those are confirmed, but we know several were, as we saw them on traffic cameras. Unfortunately, we saw the damage, and we could see some debris signatures to confirm some of that. We just talked about what was happening with the storm surge. We want to go back to Fox Weather's. Wait a minute. We're just getting word in. We were going to go talk to our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, anyway right now, but it sounds like we got landfall near Siesta Key. Cody's telling us this is a little bit academic because we don't have much of that inner core well-defined yet, but the NHC's calling.
Well, I was just going to say, as you were talking over there, we can see it's there it is, right? It's such as it is. It's really pretty hard to make out. In fact, let's go even closer in here and see. There you can see the eye kind of coming around. So that's what they called is finding the geometric center of that nominal center of circulation.
So they went big donut.
Yeah,
we were talking about this. I thought that they would end up going with that old inner core that you could see somewhere pivoting in through there up into Longboat Key.
Although the hurricane hunters went out there and they weren't talking about that anymore. Originally, they had found both. So In any case, as you said, it really is academic. Guys, switch. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, here's the landfall. Okay. Siesta Key, which is right near Sarasota, 120-mile-an-hour winds, Category 3, 9:54, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the time for that. All right. So let's just zoom out here on the radar and just to see what's going on right now. Here we go. So this is what's critical, I think. We have two issues going on at the same time. One is down here to the south, the surge, this should be it, right? Yeah. This is when the surge is coming in. So if we just look at the geometry of this, all down to the south here, right? So Venice, Englewood, down to this would be Boca Grande
and Manasota Key.
And Manasota Key, right? Yeah. All along there. This is where we would assume whatever maximum surge they're going to get, this is it. Now it's going to continue for a while because this is going to go inland like this, and we're going to continue with an onshore push, and the tide is coming in.
Well, I wanted to ask you this. I was just talking about the negative surge in Tampa Bay, which there's a lot of different ways you can measure that. You and I were just talking about that. But a lot of my friends are messaging me the fear in Irma when things just emptied out. This isn't that. But there would be this big slosh back. Because of this angle, that appears kind of unlikely with this one.
Yeah, so we actually have that same graphic that you were going to. I was going to talk about that. But here we are with the winds around the Tampa Bay area, pushing the water out of the bay here and pushing the water away from the coast. So one very important headline that we've been talking about the last few hours is that feared surge along the beaches there. We have so much debris and so forth. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That in Pinellas. Now, where we also have a lot of debris along the beaches in Lido Key and on south. That probably is happening. That looks bad.
And we don't necessarily have a measurement.
No, we don't have any measurement. The NOAA tide gauges are either in Tampa Bay or Fort Myers and Naples, and there's that big gap on the coast where we don't have good measurements. We have that creek that goes into Sarasota Bay in Sarasota that showed 8 or 9 feet of rise, but that's probably freshwater, if it's true, first of all, freshwater and saltwater working against each other.
We had said, what, 7.5 inches of rain somewhere close by to that.
Yeah, right, exactly. So no doubt that's part of it. So here's what you were showing before, and this is water compared to high tide, which is a little bit different here. Look, you can look here. We can see it right there. So this is at Port Manatee, which down here. So it's about 1/2 foot below normal high tide, but it actually, when we look at the gauge here, it really is right about the predicted tide, but the predicted tides these days are always too low.
Yeah.
Right? The prediction of the computers is always about 1 foot, 1/2 foot, 1/2 foot to 1 foot, too low this time of year. So right now, this wind seems to be pushing the water out about I don't know, 1.5 foot or something.
That's still a function of being in king tide season?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the predicted tides were not done for the modern climate, so all the predicted tides are a little bit too low.
Okay.
We always have an extra layer there from the superheated Gulf waters and, you know, other issues. So anyway, that's what's going on here now. And so up here, it's interesting. I mean, tides are the craziest thing. Exactly how they work with the land and the water moving and so forth. But to be 3.2 feet above or below normal high tide, way up in Hillsborough Bay up there, it's I guess it's because if you think about it, all this water is moving down here and it's pulling it out of the bay, and it can't refill in the bay. Right? Where if you're down in here somewhere, if you pull this water out, you've got more water to come in and fill in behind it.
It's amazing to consider that I think for inside the bay, I think for the Hillsborough Bay gauge, high tide was something a little bit past 10 p.m. So the water should be getting higher. It's getting lower.
Yeah,
There's the reverse happening. And last week, 2 weeks ago, when I was on St. Pete Beach, we were getting closer to low tide. The water was coming up. So it shows you how powerful storm surge truly is.
So you asked the question, though. It was a very good question. So in Irma, the water got pushed out of the bay, and people were walking around in the bay, which scared us all seeing that, right? But it didn't come powering back in because Irma, if you remember the circulation, or if that was a circulation, this was the eye that was strong, and down here it had very light winds. And so there was nothing to slam it back into the bay.
Right.
So now, what's going to happen here? Because we have a whole different thing. To start, we have the same basic kind of look going this way because the circulation is down here, but this is moving that way. So we're never really going to lose, you know, the winds aren't going to switch around and suddenly come from here. They're going to switch around to here. They're going to switch around to here. So I think we're going to have the same issue where we're never going to get the push of water.
This water can make a gentle comeback as opposed to a big slosh.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I'm not saying that it can't be dangerous because once the pressure relieving, pushing this out changes, then it's going to want to come back. But similar to the Irma thing, where, you know, in theory, I guess you can see it coming back.
Some of it is a function, too, of this funky angle. I mean, we've talked about how weird this motion has been across the Gulf of Mexico. Irma cut in, that was what, down toward Naples, just south of Naples, right? But its motion was cutting up the peninsula. And then you said the winds were so degraded on the back. This will take a while for its center to even get a beam and then north of the
so
bay.
it's never going to go north, I don't think. I think this is going to go more across the state. So it's coming in here. I think it's going to go more like that. So it's going to go south of Orlando.
Yeah.
And so the winds, here's the winds. Okay, the winds going around like that. So what do we get? We get a north wind there, and maybe eventually the wind just fills in behind it. But we don't get that hard wind change that can slam the water back in the bay.
So we'll take it. I know a lot of folks myself that are really happy to hear that news. Some are still recovering from Helene with flooding.
But they're getting the wind tonight, though.
They are getting the wind and the fresh water, which has been
And they haven't
prolific.
had the wind in these storms.
Yes.
They haven't had the big winds. So.
Right. There's literally an extreme wind warning up. So it's not like you're without hazard. It's the saltwater aspect of this that comes down.
Correct.
And that isn't true if you're just joining us for areas farther off to the south. We do want to head back out to Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell and see what's happening out in the field. She's in Fort Myers. Brandy, Brian and I were just talking about the surge concerns down that way. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, Ian. So about an hour and a half ago, we were actually in downtown Fort Myers near the along the Caloosahatchee River, where we were seeing that storm surge happen in real time. The waves just slowly making their way onto land, and so I could imagine it's been a little bit more time that they're seeing that exaggerate a little bit more. And even throughout the neighborhoods, earlier today, we did see some inland flooding as well. Now we have moved to our hotel to make sure we don't get stuck in that situation. But the main thing we're seeing here further inland is more so a wind event. Thankfully, no rain. It's been pretty dry for quite some time. But taking a look around me, obviously, this is kind of a slow moment. Right before you came to us, we had a pretty good wind gust. Meanwhile, we have first responders in the area, the Fort Myers Police Department, as well as their fire department. They have taken their crews off of the streets because of the conditions. And so once the conditions allow, they'll get back out into the roads. But we know they do that once the wind speeds do start to pick up. So again, it's going to be that wind and storm surge up to 6 feet along the river. And again, unfortunately for the folks like Fort Myers Beach along the coast, we know that storm surge could be up to 12 feet. Hopefully that does not verify, Ian.
Yeah, Brandy, we're watching what plays out here on the backside of this as we still have a period of time because of how this is moving into the coastline, that angle of approach. So we'll be watching. We'll be checking back with you for eyes on the ground. Brandy Campbell, thank you. Milton officially ashore, making a landfall as a major, a Category 3 storm on Siesta Key. That is a live picture from exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Brandon Kopic. He's in Bradenton, and yeah, You can see that water is churned up big time. We've got an extreme wind warning up for the Tampa Bay area. A lot of rain, flash flood warnings all across the board. And this surge that we're watching, we got a ways to go here with hazards into the overnight. Keep it right here on Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do?
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
Go, go, go!
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
Tubi is proud to be free for all small business owners. But it's also free for thugs and cronies who shake down small businesses for money. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country. They've divided us against ourselves. Now, we're faced with a choice. We can allow America to decline, or we can take our country back. America stands for truth. So pull up a seat, because every revolution starts with an honest conversation.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy, only on Fox Nation.
I promise not to talk too much.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
126, first on the scene.
We're looking at the worst mass casualty event in the history of Texas.
This season of 911 Lone Star
Can you hear me?
is
Get back!
off the rails.
You ready?
I was born ready. And you can watch anytime.
Who does she think she is, Laura Croft?
Police, put your hands up!
Every Monday, it's all new.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, talking about those vicious winds that Milton is packing on the northern side. We're in Tampa downtown, where it's really started to enhance. We're under an extreme wind warning until 9:30. So I know landfall just happened. We got over an hour of this event that's going to be going with winds up to 110 miles per hour. If you're just joining us, by the way, it made official landfall at Siesta Key as a major hurricane, Cat 3, 120 miles per hour. Siesta Key, by the way, is a barrier island just to the southwest of Sarasota. We were at Lido Key talking last night. Extensive damage that was ongoing in that area from Helene, and now you have to be worried about all of that getting thrown around because of what Milton has been doing. And so we're going to be talking about the impacts. By the way, landfall is just something that we put in the books so we know what happened in history. The impacts are going to be going on for hours to come into tomorrow. One of my biggest concerns here in Tampa is the wind starting to pick up, power outages, encroaching on 700,000 Floridians without power as of right now. And it's only going to get worse. And then along that I-4 corridor, we're looking at that rain really starting to enhance. I mean, look at this. This thing's coming in spurts. This is what's that pressure washer effect, right? And you're looking at it blowing horizontal, blinding conditions, vicious as it comes in. There's radar right now. We're under a flash flood warning here for the Tampa metro area. We've been underneath that for at least 4 to 5 hours plus. Worries is because of the axis of where this is, the northern side of this is packed with so much rain. Look, as we zoom in over the bay, it's all red right now. That means rain rates pushing in 3-4 inches per hour plus on top of everything that we've already seen. And you'll notice that stripe. The green polygons, flash flood warnings. Underneath that is the amount of rain we've already seen so far. Let's get you on the ground and bring in exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. And Brandon, man, I can't imagine being out in this right now. What are you witnessing? I saw some of the 93-mile-per-hour winds in Sarasota. You saw some of that debris and all of that kind of getting slammed around. Now you're in Bradenton. Walk us through what's evolved here.
Hey, Steve, so I came up north through Sarasota, and when I was coming through Sarasota, like the Bank of America lost its roof. Numerous little, small, like restaurants, mom-and-pop restaurants had roof damage. These winds have been incredibly strong, and now that I'm up here in Bradenton, we're watching the surge start to come in, and as I'm watching, it's really coming close to the edge of the wall here, so I'm going to have to leave here within the next 10 minutes because about, I'd say, maybe 250 yards down the road to my south, the water has already overtaken the road. So the surge here in Bradenton is rising rapidly.
And it's so incredible you're talking about that because, Brandon, where I'm at in Tampa, not far from you, about an hour drive, we have a negative surge. But it just shows you it depends on what side of this core, this eye wall, changes the wind direction. We know Robert Ray was right where you're at in Bradenton. He had a tree collapse. I want to ask you about that. Normally, you are kind of the first responders on a lot of these zones. Where you're at in Manatee County, they suspended 911 operations. Have you seen a lot of these roads inaccessible because of the debris and the damage that has already happened?
Yeah, I've actually had to move a lot of it myself. There's been, honestly, dumpsters in the road and everything like that. And when I come up upon those, I got a brush guard on the front of my Tahoe, so I just push it off the road and into the grass. That way somebody that comes up the road later doesn't see it last second and then hit it or something like that and be a catastrophe on a catastrophe. But there's been lots of down trees, power lines. I can't even count how many power flashes there's been, and the surge just continues to rise as well.
Hey, Brendan, when normally you and I talk and the other entire team, you're out in the plains, you're tracking tornadoes. Now we're in the tropical season, you're tracking these, but this has been a prolific tornado event. Man, if you all could come out live to me right now, yeah, we're taking the full fury here in Tampa. Sorry, Brandon. We're just leaning in on this eye wall that just ripped through. I mean, I'm protected in a parking garage. This wind just got compressed and ripped through this side. All right, now it finally ebbed out. Brandon, sorry, I wanted to show that to the people if that was at all possible. But normally when you and I talk, we talk about tornadic conditions. That's out in the Midwest, the plains. This has been a historic event for Florida. What's that been like for you as you've been navigating around trying to avoid that?
Well, it's definitely been difficult because we started our day actually up near Orlando, and we ended up chasing some of those tornadoes that happened on the eastern side of the state. And then when all this happened, it was very quick to change. Everything transitioned quickly to moving onshore a lot faster. I mean, it's almost 9 o'clock, and we've already had landfall, and it was forecasted at 1 or 2 a.m. So just as a testament to the speed of this and the dynamics of it, we got a few tornadoes off to the east. Thankfully, where we were at, we didn't see any damage, but then we came back west as quick as we could to cover the eye wall intercept out here on the west coast.
I tell you what, there's so many different impacts and hazards with this, and we know landfall is only one moment in this. Now that means the core of this system is over the peninsula, and it's creating some damage. So one of those important updates is Bradenton starting to see that onshore flow and the surge encroaching. Important updates from our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic. Thank you. We'll continue to check in with you. Let's take you to the eastern side of Florida and into Daytona Beach, where they've taken substantial rain and wind throughout the day. Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer joins me now. Haley, I mean, I just took on the full fury of the northern eye wall. What have you got there with Daytona Beach?
Well, Steve, it's certainly not the fury of that northern eye wall, I will tell you that, but it has not been pleasant here. The winds have been howling, really started to pick up, I'd say about 3, 4 o'clock Eastern time in Daytona, and they have yet to cease, only on the incline. Max wind gusts about an hour ago or so was about just shy of 50 miles per hour. I'm sure we're probably reaching that. More debris has been scattered around this area. What I've got here is a little Santa teddy bear. I gotta tell you, Steve, it came out of nowhere. Literally flew out of the sky. I mean, it was not attached to this palm tree up here. It was also not attached to this lamppost, and it's also not Christmas. So it was a little confusing where that came from, but it's the biggest debris piece that I've seen so far. So it's starting to get dangerous with things flying around. Not to mention with this wind, we also have the palm trees. I mean, it might be hard to see this, but they are swinging really, really violently. And as the winds continue to pick up, that becomes a bigger concern here with power outages. Currently in Volusia County, we've got about 2% of the county without power. That's when I checked before I stepped out of the car about 20 minutes or so ago. That's about 7,000 customers. I think in total they track about over 300,000. So not bad for Volusia County. But again, the strongest wind gusts still yet to come as Milton officially made landfall. But I got to tell you, Steve, I heard two good things tonight, and I always have to say the stuff about the silver lining. One, I'm glad your family was safe. I mean, that was a scary situation. And number two, I'm glad that that landfall was a little to the south of Tampa, specifically for Tampa's sake. However, for a spot like Sarasota, down towards Fort Myers, that storm surge is not going to be good. As far as storm surge is here in Daytona, we have that storm surge warning up to 5 feet. We're on the incline now waiting for high tide. That's going to be just after 1 o'clock in the morning. So you also might not be able to see, but we're right by Daytona Beach Pier is where we're on. And there's a ramp where boats and things can get in and out of the water. So we've been watching that closely to see if that tide comes in. Now, contrary to what Ian experienced out on St. Pete Beach whenever Helene came in just about 2 weeks ago, he said when the low tide came, the waters kept rising. It was actually the opposite effect here. Low tide came and the water did recede, which is good news. But unfortunately, with the early arrival here of Milton on the west coast of Florida, here on the east coast, it could coincide with high tide and max storm surge. So that's not necessarily what we want to have happen. In total, we've had about 4 inches of rain. Rain's still coming down. We had a brief break, but now it's right back here in full force. That rain shield is really out there. Flash flood warning in effect for the next few hours for this particular area. We've also had special marine warnings just off of the coast. Bob Van Dillon is immediately just towards my south, and he had to seek shelter from a potential tornado or a waterspout that came onto shore. That's also a threat we're facing here out in Daytona. Mandatory curfews are now in place, so it's fairly quiet. We encountered a couple of police officers. They seemed as in good spirits as they could be, just making sure that the town is hunkered down and safe. But it seems like everybody is just riding this one out here in Daytona. No major news to report in terms of power outages or any significant damage. And we'll take all that we can get here out on the east coast of Florida, Steve.
Yeah, and Haley, can't let your guard down on that rain. You did a great job with that analysis, talking about the ebb and flow. I mean, that rain from us here in Tampa, it rides the I-4 corridor through Orlando all the way to you in Daytona. We're looking at a potential catastrophic flooding event because of all of this rain on the northern side of this. We just got a report from St. Petersburg. They eclipsed 3.5 inches of rain in 35 minutes alone. So it just shows you how potent and robust all of these storms are coming in. And right now, we're taking on the wind along with that rain. So this is a long ways from done. That's what I want to echo to everybody at home right now. Haley, thank you for that update from Daytona. What we're looking at here in Tampa is still that northern eye wall. Just because it made landfall, I mean, this is still a major hurricane. That wind now is finally hitting some of these big metro areas. I mean, Tampa has 3 million residents, and you're talking about the power outages climbing. Please have access to a way of getting some of this information, especially with those warnings that will evolve overnight into early tomorrow. We are going to continue our coverage here on Fox Weather, exclusive coverage going all the way through the overnight hours. Ian Oliver is up next, and we have our entire field crew ready to give you those updates. Stay tuned.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
Go, go, go!
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump. Streaming now.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Iowa takes on Washington. Big noon Saturday, only on Fox.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
126, first on the scene.
We're looking at the worst mass casualty event in the history of Texas.
This season of 911 Lone Star is
Get back!
off the rails.
You ready?
I was born ready. And you can watch anytime.
Who does she think she is? Laura Croft?
Police, put your hands up!
Every Monday, it's all new.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Ian Oliver. This is a storm that just made its landfall within the last 20 minutes or so on Siesta Key as a major, a Category 3 storm. Landfall is still just the first part of this story. We got a ways to go here, and you see the number of hazards, an extreme wind warning that continues for much of the Tampa Bay area for at least the next half an hour or so for winds well in excess of 100 miles per hour possible. In fact, TPA, Tampa International Airport, just gusted, Sam, up to what, 82?
I believe so.
82 miles. What's that? Yeah, 82 miles per hour, and we've seen places like Albert Whitted gusted higher than that over in St. Pete. SRQ, Sarasota, Bradenton International Airport, gusting higher than that. Early part of the day today, this was a prolific tornado maker. You look at that down bottom, 126 tornado warnings issued today, which represents the most in any calendar day on record by the office in Tampa Bay. Same story down in South Florida. So clearly, this has been a storm that's been impactful during the daytime hours. Now we're beyond sunset. We've got the surge south of the bay. We'll talk about what's happening inside Tampa Bay, a reverse surge, but these big wind gusts and big-time rain tallies. In fact, parts of Pinellas County are now up into the double digits for rain today, over 10 inches of rain recorded. So we still have a number of hazards, and this is still a Category 3 storm with winds at 115 miles per hour. So let's get into this a little bit and talk about what's happening. Yeah, that was the landfall. It happened officially at 8:30 on Siesta Key, but as we had talked about, kind of nebulous at this point because of what's played out over the last several hours. This very quickly has become a bit of a hybrid system as it interacted with that front, that old front, which was draped across Florida. Some strong upper-level winds with a jet stream down across the southeastern United States with a trough. By the way, that's what you're looking at live there. Exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. He's in Bradenton, Florida, so he's just off to the south of the bay. He is just a touch off to the north of where this moved on shore. Siesta Key, it looked like it could have been anywhere from Lido Key, Longboat Key, Siesta Key, with that sprawling core that the storm had at that point as it was moving ashore. But you can see, yeah, clearly he's got the Star Wars effect going on, right? The Millennium Falcon with the wind-driven raindrops, some of the big gusts, and there are many hazards that persist and will continue to persist well beyond this storm's landfall. Right now, a flash flood warning that includes Hillsborough County for downtown Tampa. The Pinellas side has it too. St. Pete, South Tampa over to MacDill Air Force Base. They've got very heavy rain. That was something that we've been talking about. It's a big place strategically for this country, too. That's where Special Operations Command, SOCOM, is situated. This has gone even farther negative since last time we talked about this. We haven't seen a negative surge this large since Hurricane Irma back in 2017, when it truly felt in Tampa like it was the end of all things. The bay just emptied on out. Folks were walking out into Hillsborough Bay, and there was concern that there would be this big sloshback of all that water back into the bay as Irma passed farther off to the north. That didn't happen, thankfully, as the southern part of that storm started to erode fairly quickly. We're not thinking that it's going to happen this go-around either. Now, I would caution against doing what folks did in Irma if it looks like that in any parts of the bay. Those are getting to be some bigger numbers. But yeah, because of the angle of approach and the path that Milton will continue to take from here, we never get a pure onshore push of water into Tampa Bay. At least that's how it's looking. Now you move farther off to the south, and unfortunately, that is not the story. Fort Myers, that is a surge, water above what's considered to be the normal high tide. So you consider whatever a high tide looks like. You've got normally dry ground. It's almost 4 feet on top of that. Then down into Naples, it's even worse. And, man, we saw what happened with Hurricane Ian with the water up into Naples. I believe major flood stage down there, something like 3 or 3.5 feet. So we're well up into that. And it's not just about the intensity of these winds. It's part of it, yes, the size of the wind field and the direction of the wind, how perpendicular it is to the coastline. That's what we're seeing south of where that center has moved on shore. And unfortunately, with that, the water rise continues. In fact, for a period of time, it may get worse as we have a continued push and we're moving toward high tide in some of these spots. Let's go out to Tampa Bay. Let's go out to Tampa proper. That is where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. And Steve, boy, did you just get in on some of the worst of what Milton has to offer. You got something going on over there. What's happening?
Yeah. Just outside our parking garage, something just collapsed. I'm going to try to peek over. Obviously, our camera is vantage, but the winds have changed. Oh, wow. Okay, so you got a metal sign that was just ripped from the siding and dragging across the ground. Ian, the wind has changed direction, and that means everything. You were talking about that negative surge right now. Well, it's changed direction, so now it's peppering through the parking garage that we're in because we're taking shelter from the northern eye wall. We have had that hurricane-force wind registered at Tampa International Airport. They had 76-mile-per-hour gusts. That was about 20 minutes ago. And I'm watching this, and what's incredible is we've had so much rain. It's been ongoing throughout the entire day. Of course, increasing intensity now with the eye wall. And you have it standing on the road, but because of the intensity of the wind, it's blitzing through, and you're kind of almost seeing these little waves that form. in Tampa proper. I mean, I know you've been here for years. It's something you don't see in big cities, right? You don't see waves on streets. But we're looking at some of this debris that's already on the ground here. And the concern is the power outages already north of 700,000 people with this type of wind. Man, you're hearing that on the mic, right? It's really starting to enhance. And when you combine that with the rain, it's like almost like it's blistering your skin, right? It's almost like it's peeling the skin off because it's coming in so strong. And I can tell you, I mean, I know there's other areas that are dealing with even more significant winds right now than this, but the longer this goes on, the more you're thinking about that damage, the power outages, and the first responders can't come out. We already know in areas like Bradenton where we have Robert Ray, and we were talking with Brandon Kopic before, they've suspended 911 operations. So they've already said, we can't get out to you. Now, Brandon and the team, Corey and Vince, they are trained professionals. So at times they'll be the first ones on the scene. They can render aid if needed. But the big concern with all of this is the extensive damage we've had. And Ian, when we look at this area, it's been highlighted not only for Tampa, through Lakeland, Orlando, out towards Daytona, as this area where there could be catastrophic flooding, because on top of all the rain that we've seen, where many locations have surpassed 5-6 inches in our area, they could get at least another 5 to 8 inches in a small amount of time. To give you an example, our St. Petersburg area, this rain gauge got over 3.5 inches of rain in 35 minutes. So we know that when this comes down, it's that torrential rain that is blinding at time. As I described it, it's blistering as it comes in. But that's where you have that flooding concern, where it's that immediate onset. And why, again, shelter in place. Anybody that's at home, if you hear landfall, that doesn't mean the event's done. If anything, that means the worst of it is coming in right now, because the full fury of Milton has arrived to the Florida Peninsula. It made landfall in Siesta Key, and now it's wreaking havoc on Tampa proper. And so this is something that we'll be watching, Ian, evolve. It's kind of fascinating to watch that swirling nature in real time of it changing, it moving through these streets. I know you've covered a lot of storms here. It's impressive what a powerful major hurricane can do to a massive city like this. And I'll leave you with this. You've talked about 2017 Irma, that negative surge. We know on the backside, though, that water comes rushing back in fast. And when you combine that with the fresh water that's already fallen, I think flooding is going to be a big thing that we're going to be watching tomorrow morning as daylight breaks here. And we'll bring you that coverage, of course, here from Tampa and all over.
Hey, Steve, you're getting the full experience here. And again, we always talk about how tropical systems present many different hazards, right? And I feel like because of what happened with Helene, there's a little bit of a celebratory response for folks that live immediately adjacent to the bay with the negative surge. But they are seeing exceptionally heavy rain right now. It's right behind you. And we're starting to see some big wind gusts from across the area. TPA, where you flew in, Tampa International Airport, 82-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 93 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton. Egmont Channel, that's where the pilots hang out to pilot the shipping vessels, the big boats, into Tampa Bay. There's this old lighthouse on Egmont Key. They've gusted now, Steve, to 103 miles per hour. As the crow flies, that's got to be something like, I don't know, 25 miles from you. And this is now saying, I'll have to check in with Sam, is that from Albert Whitted, downtown St. Pete? Because we now, on our top wind gusts up to 102 miles per hour, Steve, there's always that lag. And to your point, those power outage numbers are spiking fast.
Yeah, and Ian, we're still under that extreme wind warning. Everything you're telling me, I'm thinking, okay, that verified. Extreme wind warning for us here in Tampa and surrounding areas encompassing over 2.7 million people. That's because winds could get to 110. So you've said there on the Key, they got to 102. And these are the potential sustained winds at times. We know gusts can really throttle north. You were bringing up some of those keys. By the way, we were in Lido Key yesterday. All that debris getting smacked right now and likely creating a more damage, Ian, because of this big impressive surge from Milton.
Yeah, Steve, I'm seeing here I'm seeing 64 mile per hour for a sustained wind at Albert Whitted in St. Petersburg, and a gust up to 93. So I'll do a little bit more. Oh, it was at the Skyway Fishing Pier. So that's right at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. They closed it at 45 miles per hour, as you were reporting earlier. Well, it's now gusted up over 100 miles per hour. Steve, great work out there. We'll be checking back in. We do want to keep it out in the field in the Tampa Bay area. We'll go just a touch farther off to the south to Bradenton. That's where we find Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, I checked your locator earlier because you had the Manatee River behind you, and it looked like it was the ocean.
Yeah, Ian, it did. It was the Manatee River. It was swelling. It was surging in, and then we had a huge pine tree fall right on one of our. It collapsed right by our vehicles. Part of it went inside of the truck where Lloyd Alford's camera is, and now we've moved. Stand by. We have moved inland off of there because it was not safe with the tree debris. And you see this roadway. My God, the energy that's coming down this road right now, these wind gusts are remarkable. We still have power in this area. Power is going in and out. We've driven in this pocket, and I can tell you the stoplights are all swinging back and forth. It's very dangerous to even be here, but I'm shocked that there is still power. And when the wind gusts come in, you can see it is literally like warfare with the rain coming at the face. You got to have the glasses on at this point. It is remarkably dangerous at this point. We are flanked here by two roadways on each side. I can see in the distance stoplights that are swinging, and it is the ebb and flow of these wind gusts that are coming in. As we know, the landfall happened at 8:30 p.m. and now we are still getting the residuals of all of this. We thought that this would be one of the safest areas. We do not have trees particularly over us or power lines, and that is a good thing. And that is why we picked this location, just to show you the impacts right now here in Bradenton. As you see it coming in and feel it, and the sound rushing through, it's hard to imagine, it's hard to put this into words, but I hope the pictures are telling what's going on as mass power outages are occurring all across the peninsula. This is tough. These are huge winds right now, making their way in. Milton just wreaking havoc here in Bradenton and the Tampa area. And there is debris. I feel the vegetation coming off of trees in the distance, and they're popping and hitting the helmet. I can hear the pops in my ear. You probably can't hear that, but nonetheless, by far, these are the toughest winds we have felt all night long. And we thought when the tree fell and collapsed onto our trees that was bad enough. We tried to get down to the Gulf of Mexico. We drove, and at that point, it became so dangerous that our cars were rocking back and forth. And so what we did is we had to essentially three-point turn back on this two-lane road back into essentially civilization, because what we were trying to do is get down as close as we could to the water to see if there was surge coming into that pocket. Definitely not safe. And I'm glad we made the decision not to do that. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Robert, we're glad you did too. Wild to see what you're experiencing there. I was just actually measuring it on my phone. We got that gust. Wow. Yeah, low center of gravity there. Robert, this is intense. 102 mile per hour gust. That's about 5 miles as the crow flies. I'm not sure where exactly you are in Bradenton, but if you go north-northwest, you get to the Skyway Fishing Pier. It's on the Manatee side, the Bradenton side of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. They actually opened that up. That was part of the old Skyway Bridge. They repurposed it after the tragedy that happened there in 1980. They're gusting up to 102 miles per hour. And again, that's got to be something 5 miles, maybe a touch less than that, from where you're standing.
I think you're right. And I wish I could get a location and stand by. Let me walk and see if I can get Lloyd to yell at Jared and get a location. Hang on, guys. What? I'm coming in. Stand by, guys.
You said right in town.
What's the location?
Bradenton.
What is it?
Bradenton.
Bradenton and what? What's the address we're at?
Oh, address.
Address, guys.
We are on 43rd Street West. 43rd Street West. Manatee Avenue.
43rd Street West and Manatee Avenue.
Okay.
And that's where we're at. Brown and Sons Funeral Home, right there behind me. Palm trees just getting whooped in front of this funeral home right here. And so that's our location. It's hard to tell exactly where we're at this point because of the darkness. But again, I am just shocked that there is still power in some of these areas. Of course, we've seen flashes where, obviously transformers are going, and then we see power come back on. And so I'm not sure, it's great because the other area we were at near the Manatee River, there was no power whatsoever. There goes, the power just went out again, at least over there to my left, to your right. And now we've got a bit of a lull in the wind gusts, thankfully.
Yeah.
As I speak, it just pushes me back. I tell you guys.
Robert, I know it's hard. I know it's hard for you to hear me. The answer, 7 miles as the crow flies from where that gust was recorded. Now, keep in mind, that was right in the middle of the mouth of Tampa Bay. Robert, you were there. I could hear it in your voice yesterday. Ian, Adalia, Debbie, Helene a couple weeks ago, and now clearly you're experiencing some of the very worst of Milton. How does this stack up?
Yeah.
I mean, we could see what's happening here.
Oh, this is as bad as I've experienced this hurricane season, by far. Nothing matches the wind gusts that we are enduring right now. And a bit of a lull, and believe me, it'll change. All you got to do is snap your finger and close your eyes, and it'll all change. There you go again. No doubt, this is the worst conditions we have experienced this hurricane season. Milton, menacing, absolutely menacing right now, whipping through Bradenton. Remarkable energy. Painful to stand out here in this, but you know something? If any first responders are watching, and anyone that's going to have to go into action tomorrow and monitor all of this, that's devastation that's going to occur, you know why there's damage, why there's catastrophic damage. There will be in areas. This is why we do this, to show the power of these hurricanes on Fox Weather. Whoa!
Robert, you always talk about this. You love weather. You love witnessing the power of Mother Nature. But like you were just talking about, you like to talk about why you do what you do. Because I'm sure there's some folks at home that are saying, what is this guy doing out there? You have Jared, a meteorologist, with you. You've been covering the weather for decades. You're doing so from a safe location. But the key here is, and like we see oftentimes when weather events turn tragic, seeing is believing. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's harder to respect it. What's going on behind you, that's what an extreme wind warning looks like.
That is right, and that is why I'm standing here. Because you know something? First of all, this is an historic storm, and this is part of the documentation. And this will also hopefully show people to evacuate. You just don't want to be in this. You don't want to be, imagine if your home is not structurally competent. And we're going to see a lot of those issues tomorrow, especially in mobile homes and on some of these beaches, power going in and out. But this is why we're showing the fury, the menacing fury of Milton. No doubt, the toughest winds I've experienced this entire season. I hope this is the end. Certainly for the peninsula of Florida, millions of people under a state of emergency, first responders getting ready, watching this coverage, monitoring the National Hurricane Center, the federal government looking, the state governments, the locals, and it's going to be a very long days ahead. And we're nowhere near, by the way, the end of Milton and its wrath as it moves in and goes in the interior and then on the Atlantic side. And let's not even forget coastal Georgia and potentially even South Carolina and some of what's going to happen. It's just a remarkable thing to be in here. And I can tell you right now, my quads are going to be real sore tomorrow. And I'm not trying to make light out of this. I'm just kind of talking my way through it, guys. Trying to make myself comfortable and get in the groove here. You know, that's what you got to do. You got to make yourself comfortable in the situations, otherwise you lose it. And that's what we're all doing. Fox Weather Beast illuminating the situation. I can't say enough about Lloyd Alford in the back of that vehicle and Jared Maloney, meteorologist, just looking at the track and the models and making sure that we are safe throughout this and we're making the right turns and covering this so we're not near the surge. All of this team membership that we have here and everybody back in New York, this is what we do. We're trying to save lives by showing all this. I know I'll take criticism for standing out in this, sure, but that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Because somebody who sees this is now going to evacuate on the next storm if they never did again, and they're going to be able to hug their loved ones.
Yes, sir. There's some of that on the social medias. There's some of all of it, Robert. But the crew that you just mentioned is as good as they come. Send them my best. We'll give those aforementioned quads a break. We'll be checking back in with you coming up in just a few minutes. Robert Ray, outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a Fox Weather alert. We do want to show you some live pictures. Again, different strategies. Same idea. This is from Nokomis. So we're back down into Sarasota County. These are remote cameras. Mark Suddeth does these. He's one of our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers. Typically deploys a dozen of these. His style is to look from afar, but be able to see many different places. You can see the surge rising up through there, and that is coming up. I'm not sure where he put this camera, if that's a business or a home. That water is clearly rising. I'm not sure where that is in Nokomis. It could be out toward Roberts Bay. It could also be out toward Donna Bay, as that's away into some of the intracoastal waterways and away from the immediate proximity to the Gulf of Mexico. But we talked about how south of that center of circulation, those winds were more perpendicular to the coastline, and that's pushing the water in instead of forcing it out like what we're seeing up toward Tampa Bay. We'll keep an eye on this camera, and we'll keep an eye on everything that's happening. We do want to go now to the other side of the peninsula, where we're starting to see those conditions get a little worse, and that trend will continue as Milton gets farther off to the east. We got Fox Weather's Haley Meyer in Daytona Beach. Haley, what have you seen happen in there over the last couple of hours?
Hey, Ian, cameraman having to dry off the lens. It is getting very, very wet out here. We've had a brief lull, but the National Weather Service highlighting potentially catastrophic flash flooding for Daytona, but really a whole stretch across Interstate 4. So flooding is a key concern here in Daytona. We have the Atlantic Ocean, which is immediately right in front of me. We go down Daytona Beach Pier, maybe a few hundred feet, and then if you go this way behind me, maybe less than half a mile, you run into the Halifax River. So two different bodies of water that are expected to rise. Now the wind gusts have only begun to pick up. And really here, I'm in a business district. There's a lot of beach stores here, a lot of rattling with their business signs. A couple pieces of their signs have been falling off. So now big debris is starting to get tossed around. I'm not sure if you can see this here, but we've got a few trash cans falling over. Definitely not the same scenario that Robert Ray's in. I can at least stand up and be mostly upright. My knees are bent a little bit to make sure that I'm stable. Some of these wind gusts come in pretty hard. Right now, max wind gusts, I venture to guess a little over 50, 55 miles per hour. So tropical storm force gusts are here. The rain really relentless, and that's also beginning to pile up. Right in front of me, we have a lower lying area. We've got maybe a puddle of a few inches at this point. Now, if you go a little bit farther inland from my location, there's quite a few homes that say, hey, even with the strong thunderstorm, it's going to flood. So that's going to be a big concern for spots a little farther inland. As far as the power outages go, we're about 8,000 in Volusia County without power. That's a little over 2%. So honestly, not that bad for the county as a whole. In our hotel today, it is flooded with linemen ready to restore that power. I would say maybe 30, 40, 50 trucks in this area ready to respond. I mean, just the rattling from the businesses is what sticks out to me the most as the winds continue to pick up. Earlier, we had a giant Santa teddy bear. It probably had to be a good 10 pounds. That came flying. Another concern here is that storm surge. High tide is in about 5 hours. And so we'll have that onshore push of winds by the time Milton arrives, expected to be a Category 1 for this particular area here in Daytona. It'll travel just to our south. And while on the west coast of Florida, the southern edge of that center circulation got the storm surge, northern edge, a lot of the rain. We'll get the rain, but we're also going to get the storm surge with that counterclockwise rotation. So double whammy here in Daytona. We're keeping an eye out on the rising water. Right now, no big concerns, but coastal erosion is really key here. Some homes got completely destroyed, sank into the river or into the Atlantic Ocean rather, due to the coastal erosion from Hurricane Ian and from Tropical Storm Nicole. So the ground is already a little shaken up here as you get a little farther down the coastline. There are some concerns, but right now Volusia County faring okay. The worst of the weather is set to come in the next couple of hours, so we're bracing for those impacts.
Hey, Haley, yeah, we were just working on seeing what we could find for weather information as close as we could to where you're at. Up over 4 inches of rain recorded already with wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, 64 in Daytona Beach. And as you just pointed out, conditions will continue to worsen. It's the opposite with a counterclockwise circulation around that area of low pressure. You don't want to be north of that center on the opposite coast, and unfortunately, looks like you will be. So be safe. Haley, we'll be checking back in with you. Thank you. We do want to send it back out to exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic from what appears to be outer space. It's not. It's Palmetto, Florida. This is Manatee County. Brandon, how are you holding up? We just talked to Robert Ray in Manatee County. He was in Bradenton, and boy, it feels like that is the absolute worst of Milton.
Oh, yeah, right now I'm easily getting 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. I'm south of Tampa now, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it just pop or not, but there is now a flash flood emergency for Tampa.
That's just flashing in now to the Fox Weather Alert System. Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough. So where you are, up through Pinellas County, where St. Pete is, 1 million folks that live there. Hillsborough County, where Tampa is, that's another 1 million. This is a flash flood emergency, and that is a step above what's considered a baseline flash flood warning. Brandon, that means there's a significant threat to life and property.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely something that people need to take heed of, and it's such a difficult position to be in because now we're dealing with the surge and the flooding, and this is why people were stressed to evacuate, why it was continuously told you guys need to get out of the area, because now we have a flash flood emergency. We've got over 100-plus mile-an-hour winds in areas, so you need to be in your centralmost portion of your home, but if there's water rising, you're in a catch-22 situation.
Yeah, they're calling this a particularly dangerous situation. I just checked in with Sam in Weather Command. She's saying the bulletin says 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen already. Brandon, I wanted to ask you about what it's been like tracking this, because very quickly this has developed a bit of a hybrid look to it, right? It ran into that old surface front over Florida. It's interacting with the jet, and the northwestern part of what was that inner core is super intense. You're in it. We're seeing these rain rates probably up over 3 inches per hour. But yeah, 10 to 14 inches of rain with those 100-plus mile per hour wind gusts. Those are two very significant and life-threatening hazards.
Oh, yeah, it's something that everybody seriously needs to take serious. I hate to be redundant, but I really hope people just got out of the area because, like I said, we're just in a difficult position where people are going to be dealing with flooding and destructive winds that are just nonstop and still going. And obviously, we want to see people make it out of this safe and sound.
Yeah, that's a terrible combination when you've got fresh water coming up. It isn't necessarily surge, but some of these areas are low-lying. The drainage isn't great in some of the spots when you get rain like this. And when you consider that is in spots more than a foot of rain that's fallen already, to your point, if you didn't leave and you're having to leave because of the flooding, you got to go outside into 90, 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts. What's your plan from here on out? You are obviously in your rig, which is robust. You storm track all over the country in this. But is the plan to move farther inland with Milton?
At this point, that is the plan. Right now, we're headed up north towards the Brandon area, the I-4 corridor. We're going to continue to head north on 75 right now. And this area is starting to see some water all over the roadway, of course, but hasn't experienced flooding yet. But I think that's also in part thanks to the winds that are keeping the water off the roadways. But currently at this point, especially with nightfall, we're just trying to get out of the area. That way we don't get into a dangerous position ourselves. Yeah,
Brandon, the concern here is that this flash flood emergency that's been issued isn't the last one, because there's the cumulative effect of the amount of rain that's fallen already, yes, but then the rain that's still to come. And you kind of eyeball the motion of Milton now as it moved on shore on Siesta Key and continues to move a little bit north of east. This is putting some of the worst of the weather right down I-4. And that's leaving Tampa, going out to Plant City, Lakeland. You cross over into the Polk County, moving through Polk County and up toward Orlando. It looks like there's heavy rain and eventually these big winds every step of that way.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be flash flooding ongoing throughout the night, throughout all of Florida. We had the tornadoes earlier today. Now we've got the hurricane landfalling. You got the dangerous winds within it. You got the surge. Now you've got flooding on top of it. This is just a testament of how important it is to heed these warnings.
Brandon Kopic, a great report. That's one of our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Trackers. Be safe out driving in that. We know you will be. We'll chat with you again soon coming up here. Brandon, thank you. We do want to go back out to the coast now. That is where we find Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. Mike, you've seen it all. We were just talking with Robert Ray over on the opposite side of Tampa Bay down in Bradenton, and the wind gusts were extreme. It appears like the area dodged where you are in Madera Beach, coastal Pinellas, the worst of the surge, thankfully, especially after Helene. But you've got this rain and you've got these big wind gusts.
Yeah, we still have that, and that big wind gust has forced me to come in to a very safe spot, a safer spot. I'm now under the hotel we're staying in because I believe that's from the top of the hotel. There's a rooftop bar and pool up on the top, the 7 or 8 floors up, and I believe that's where this blew down in about 10 minutes ago. Some of these wind gusts over 90 miles an hour. Remember, wind increases with height. So you go up to the top of the hotel, and it's going to be windier. You just can imagine. And this blew down. It looks like it's a light object. It's not a very heavy object. It's aluminum, and it looks like some lighting fixture that came off. So it's not a very heavy piece of debris, but it doesn't matter. If that hit me up the side of my head, that would be it. So we're going to stay put right here under the hotel, and that should keep us safe, except from the wind and the rain. The wind is still howling out here, and we're still getting some heavy rainfall, but it's not raining as hard as it was. And if you look on the radar, we're getting into the area now. We're going to see the rain begin to back off a little bit, and the winds too in the next few hours, and you can see the back edge of the rain. So we are certainly through most of the rainfall. We've had anywhere from 7 to 10 inches in this area. Flash flood warning extended till 10:45. So that's how it stands here in Madera Beach. And as you mentioned, we're doing okay from the surge perspective. The wind is still blowing mostly, it looks like still blowing offshore. And because the center went into our south, that's going to cut way back on those surge forecasts earlier today of 8 to 12 feet.
Yeah, Mike, we were talking about this with Robert Ray, but a great explanation there of, wow, Yeah, I hate that sound of that in the background, and I'm glad you're in a safe spot. I saw the beginnings of it myself when I was down there a couple weeks ago during and after Helene. The big debris piles on the Pinellas beaches. It's 35 miles of sandy beaches up and down. There was a lot of cleanup to be done. From what you've been able to tell, have these winds and the rising freshwater been enough to kind of disturb those, to lift up some of that debris or make more of a mess?
You know, it's really hard to say because we have not been able to venture away because of safety reasons, but I'm confident that most of the debris has stayed put because we have this one pile over here and there hasn't been much movement over here. I don't know if we can't see it right now. We'll have to show it to you. We're blocked by the concrete barrier here for safety. But I have to think that most of the debris has stayed put, and there is miles and miles of it. All the neighborhoods have debris up and down the streets from Helene. It was just not enough time to get it all picked up. They did some picking up yesterday. They've been doing that for a while on Gulf Boulevard. That's the main road, but nothing in the neighborhoods, at least in this area. So without the surge, or at least a much lower surge, that helps out things. And the fact that the wind is blowing, I'm sure some of the stuff has been blown around, but a lot of times when you put it in a big pile, when you've got weight on top of it, it packs it down. And we've been following this pile over here, and it pretty much is intact. So despite these winds of 90 miles an hour, we're holding our own tonight, although power outages now here in Pinellas County are up around 40%, and we're now over 1 million customers, I believe about 1.2 million customers in the state of Florida. Not surprising, and those numbers are going to go up as that core continues to move from Tampa along I-4 towards Orlando and Daytona Beach. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the wind and rain here in Pinellas County. It's going to be a few more hours, but that'll be it. And we've very fortunate here in Tampa from the surge perspective, but worse than expected, or as expected, south of here from Sarasota down to Fort Myers.
Yeah, Mike, I know you can't see it, but it's exactly the point that you were just making. We've got the power outage map up now, and it's really the spine of the peninsula and points west where we're seeing the big outages outside of the Treasure Coast, and that was related to some of those devastating tornadoes that spun up earlier. We've avoided the surge where you are, but the heaviest of this rain, look at this spike, and that's what Mike was just talking about right there, up into 7 figures now. That's customers without power. Pinellas County, St. Pete, down to Bradenton where we saw Robert Ray, over to downtown Tampa. These are the major population centers of the region, and they're seeing some of the heaviest rain. How concerned are you, and what are you seeing there related to freshwater flooding? Maybe not as big of a deal out on the beaches, but as you get into some of the more urban areas that don't drain as well, this is a big problem. It's the reason that the emergency was issued.
Yeah, for good reason, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some, hopefully no water rescues. Everybody should be in their houses tonight if they didn't evacuate, because away from the surge zone, the concern basically is wind. You want to stay away from the windows, and with the freshwater flooding, you just don't know how deep the water is. But in this case, on a night like tonight, it's not like we're dealing with, summertime thunderstorms where you don't have to worry about hurricanes and the surge and all the other issues. But in this case, hopefully the storm is keeping people home and off the roadways. I would think so, and that the flash flood emergency would be more of an impactful thing if the water got into people's homes, not so much people driving around and getting caught in a flooded roadway or a river or creek going over a roadway. But you're right, out here, although we've had 8 to 10 inches of rain, once the rain backs off, there's really, we've got an inch or two across the roadway because it continues to rain. But in eyesight, I haven't seen any issues with flash flooding where I'm standing. But again, we are at the beach. Look at that wind gust. Well, that's pretty fresh right there. That's got to be 40, 50 miles an hour right there.
Yeah, you got that cart blowing behind you too. So yeah, I'm glad you're back in that sheltered area because there's certainly stuff moving around.
That. No, yeah, we're staying put. No, I'm no cowboy. I've been through enough of these. I don't put myself. I try to lower the risk as much as possible and keep the only thing hitting me is wind and rain and sea flow. But boy, this wind is blowing around stuff. You can see things. Now, the stuff blowing around in the background, that's styrofoam for the most part. Styrofoam and paper. So it looks impressive, but that's just, right there, that's just styrofoam. But look at the wind over there now. And I think we're starting to get some change in wind direction from what I can see from the way the palm trees are moving. I'm going to check it out once we get off air and give you an idea next time we talk.
Sounds good, Mike. We'll let you go. We're going to head back over to the other side of the bay, but we'll be checking back in. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel, thank you. Let's do that. Let's go back across the bridges. We're going, first, that's the live look from Sarasota Bay. This is another one of the cameras, the remote ones from Mark Sudduth that I was mentioning earlier. I'm looking to see if we can see much in the way of surge on Sarasota Bay. I guess previously, yeah, you could see some items floating. We'll get back to the surge numbers coming up, but we do want to get back to downtown Tampa. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. Steve, I know you guys have had some issues with your connectivity. You're in the flash flood emergency. 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen already. Clearly, it's still pouring.
Yeah, it's coming down hard, Ian. We had some problems only because of the rain coming down. It's just difficult to stay dry, and so you're looking at the intensity of this wind coming in, truly still feeling the impacts. That flash flood emergency just issued not too long ago. You said 10 to 14 inches of rain. I mean, St. Petersburg, they saw over 10 inches of rain in just 3 hours alone. So it just shows you that it's coming down hard and fast, and we're starting to see a pond here a little bit. This isn't bad, though. This is actually decent. The drains have really held up, but we're protected by this kind of structure that we've been in. But as you look across the intersection, and as I start to get into this, just to show you the intensity of the wind that comes in when you're coming in at a different direction, right? So it just shows you down these streets, it creates almost this funnel. And then as I walk back in closer, we're protected by that wall. So what it shows you is that the wind is kind of swirling around. It comes in hard, but the power outages are really starting to ramp up. And that's something that we're going to see the longer this event goes on and the longer this rain comes in. What makes this so difficult is that first responders can't get out right now, right? They've suspended many of their operations in Manatee County and so many of these different counties. Rain totals continue to stack up. And I'll be honest with you, rain gauges really have a difficult time of getting this. Remember, you think about a gauge, it has to fall into that. This is coming in horizontal. And when I'm watching this kind of flow in to these kind of larger buildings, there's this impressive kind of downdraft or ebb and flow with the currents of rain, and then it'll come flying through. So it's that pressure washer effect as it goes through the downtown metro area. I will say this, down this area, right at the end of our show, Ian, when you and I were talking actually at the top of your show, we heard this kind of scraping noise. This was a metal siding, probably about 10 to 15 feet long, and it kept going all the way down. Thankfully, we had some people who were able to grab that debris, bring it off to the side over there, so that's no longer a problem. But right now, lights are still on in the Tampa proper area, so that's a good sign that we still have power. The question is, how long is that going to last? And then on the backside of this system, Ian, that's where I had that concern of that surge coming back in. We talked about the negative surge, looking good so far, but we know the backside of this system will be an oppressive wind event. That frontal boundary, the upper level jet, all of that kind of fueling this instability and the acceleration of Milton that we've seen. Why we had landfall in the 8 o'clock hour and not the 11 p.m. or the 1 a.m. hour that we were anticipating when we started today. Milton has been moving fast, and it hasn't slowed down at all. And even as it's moved and made its official landfall at Siesta Key or nearby, it is still very impactful on the northern side of this system. Again, seeing that wind gust really start to throttle in. Hey, Ian, you and I, we were talking about all of that rain, what triggered the flash flood emergency. And all of that, St. Petersburg had 102 mile per hour gusts. Talk about a 1-2 punch coming into the Bay Area, even though thankfully we missed the storm surge threat out of all of this.
Yeah, Steve, that was at the Skyway Fishing Pier, so right on the southern side of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Incredible to see what's happened with some of that. We also had that gust at Egmont Key, which was up to 103. Steve, we see how soggy it is out there. Wanted to give you the heads up. Not only have we seen those gusts like you were talking about over in St. Pete, Albert Whitted Airport, right there in downtown St. Pete, recorded 3.26 inches of rain in 35 minutes. So you extrapolate that over an hour, that's something like half a foot of rain an hour, 6 inches per hour. That is what generates a flash flood emergency. So be safe, Steve. We'll be checking back in with you in Tampa shortly. Thank you. 102-mile-per-hour gusts as well, yeah, down at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We've been showing you some of these vantage points. That's Nokomis back down into Sarasota County, over on the opposite side of the beaches, over into mainland Sarasota. But you've got some of those smaller bays and the river close by. We want to talk to the man that put all these cameras out there. It's exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Sudduth. Mark, I haven't had a chance to talk with you about this one. I know you may have picked some of these areas. You've got what do they call it? Honeypots, like in fishing, right? You always have your locations where you know where to put them to help tell the story of the storm. But you were telling a similar story 2 weeks ago. What have you seen on the feed so far tonight?
Well, it has been nothing short of. I can't even make it through this interview. Because the power is connected to the internet, of course.
There you go. Okay.
But so listen, right. So I'm safe where I am. That's the bottom line. That's why we have these cameras out. So you're looking down there at Nokomis, and we have multiple cameras in some of these areas. Punta Gorda, the surge coming up there, the boat that was in the shot now lifted up several feet because the surge is doing that. This has been a strange landfall. The way the hurricane is asymmetrical. But it doesn't matter. These impacts are happening. These cameras are working at night because they're specially designed for that. We've put a lot of effort into this because we want to tell this historic story and do so safely. And I'm over here. Look at that power flash live right here on TV as it's happening. You know, this is what it's all about. And I'm very glad to be a part of it. Yet it is a very stressful situation for Floridians, for sure.
Yeah, I know all about that. Seeing the power flash kind of up close and personal with what we saw a couple weeks ago in Helene. As you're looking out at some of these, typically you're placing these to capture surge. I know you've done a lot of research, and it's to tell the story of surge. Do you have any of the cameras this go around in spots that are showing some of the freshwater flooding occurring? You consider the population centers, St. Pete, Tampa, down toward Bradenton, all are included now in this flash flood emergency.
I do. There's one, and that's the irony. It was set up for the surge. It's on Bayshore in Tampa. And I don't know if you guys can pull that up, but we set that up a few hours ago. And it was incredible during Helene because it was the surge. But in this situation, the water that is in the shot is all from the freshwater flooding, the rainfall. Bayshore completely inundated because of rainfall, and the lights are still on there, so we're able to see it. And you know what's interesting, Ian, is you can see these downbursts of wind energy with that rain, and it really gets exacerbated in that particular shot because it's still, the power's still on, which I think is a testament to the grid up there. Oh, I'm getting an emergency on my phone here. Let me see if I can make that go away. That's annoying. All right, there we go. Emergency alerts coming in. It's like, it doesn't end, does it? But so, yes, we do have a shot there in Tampa on Bayshore, and it is capturing that freshwater flooding.
Yeah, Mark, we're going to work to get that one up because, you know, living down in Tampa for a long time, you get a bad summertime thunderstorm that's putting down some pretty good rain rates, and Bayshore starts to flood fast. It isn't built to handle 6 inches per hour rain rates that we've measured in some of these areas. Quickly, before we let you go, wanted to ask you here, the concern moving forward. This has turned into kind of a hybrid-ish looking storm pretty quickly, and almost like the intense snow you would see northwest on a nor'easter.
Yes.
You've got this heavy rain. It doesn't look like that's going to quit in the short term.
It is not, and that is I'm glad you mentioned that. This is going to roll right near the I-4 corridor. Orlando, you're getting it in a few hours. Lakeland, where I am, we are just probably minutes away from getting the power knocked out here, and then it's going to exit somewhere near Daytona or Melbourne. A long night ahead with a violent hurricane here in Florida.
Yeah, and not too far from you, you got Lakeland Linder Airport, and that's where NOAA's Aircraft Operations Center, a beautiful facility that they built several years back, and that's where the NOAA hurricane hunters fly out of, that provided all those critical flights and the data into this storm. Mark, the vantage points from your cameras always tell the story. Great to chat with you. We'll be checking back in.
You betcha. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. All right, let's move all the way across the peninsula now, which is what we were just talking about. At least it will eventually get there. I say that. We've had some big wind gusts over on the opposite side already. And as I say that, quickly, 69-mile-per-hour sustained wind reported at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. And the gust isn't even registering. So I'll see what the last we saw was 102. I wonder if that's starting to fail. Truly, we'll watch. We'll keep an eye on that sensor. But yeah, that's a big sustained wind. Let's go back to the other side. Daytona Beach now gusting as high as 64 miles per hour. That's where we have Fox Weather's Haley Meyer. Haley, have the winds picked up since we last chatted?
Yeah, Ian, definitely. Winds are howling right now. We are sitting in the car in between live shots to keep everything as dry as we possibly can. The car's starting to jostle around as well. So you're talking about maybe a ton in terms of how much that weighs, and the wind can pick it up. The palm trees, they are just blowing. We're seeing a lot more vegetative debris just strewn about. Maybe you can see it in my shot, maybe not. We have some trash cans that are knocked over. Right now, though, the tide is still rising. Just immediately off to my left-hand side, that's where we have a beach access point for a lot of vehicles and boats, and that's where the water is slowly beginning to climb. If we are going to get any significant surge shots here where we're at, it would come from this general area, but we are still just fighting back away from that low tide, entering into high tide in a couple of hours. That's going to be really key here. We're not quite to hurricane force, as you pointed out, but that is imminent for this area at this point. I always keep going and checking back on the Florida power outages, checking in for Volusia County. We are now at 10,000, so about 3-4% of the county without power right now. And again, this is before the worst of the conditions do get to this particular area. So I would venture to guess we'll maybe see about 50% of the county without power potentially when this storm really does begin to come in over the next couple of hours. For Tampa Bay's sake, I am glad that the center of circulation went just towards the south. That's great news in terms of their storm surge. That was an area really on high alert. Unfortunately, though, that does spread that negative energy a little farther down the west coast. As far as the east coast goes, about 5 feet of storm surge is the height. We already have vulnerable coastline with the coastal erosion from storms past. There's even a big beach restoration project with Ian and Nicole, 6.6 cubic yards of or cubic something, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they displaced that much in terms of sand, and they're trying to replace all of that right now. They haven't been able to do those projects because of the weather that we've had across Florida. And unfortunately, they'll probably have to wait a little bit longer to see what happens by the end of this. The only people out right now are just police officers. They're making their rounds. We are in that mandatory curfew, started at 8 p.m. on Wednesday. We'll see rain, wind just hounding our area at least for the next 4 or 5 hours before things will begin to calm down. But at this point, Ian, I've got to say, if this is just the early onset of what the worst to come is, unfortunately, we might be looking at a bit of a different scenario here for some of these coastal businesses. They have a lot of small knickknacks on their signs that could come and fly around. We've had some interesting debris flying in the area as well. So there'll be a lot to report on in the next couple of hours. Conditions still deteriorating here. We're a good about 200 miles or so, maybe about a 2.5-hour drive from the Tampa Bay area. A lot of evacuees actually coming here. So that wind field, it's great, and it's coming our way with the hurricane force.
Yeah, Haley, I saw some of your reporting yesterday, and you were talking with folks that have dealt with some of these storms. And Nicole, we saw what happened back with Irma. Did a lot of folks clear on out? Are you seeing much in the way of activity? Because as you pointed out, you've seen some significant wind gusts of over 60 miles per hour, a lot of that rain, but the worst is still most certainly to come.
Well, we haven't really talked to a ton of people here that decided to evacuate. We have shelters that are in place for a lot of the schools. There's pet safety shelters. There's folks with special needs, so any life conditions here, any medical conditions, they have staff there for them. But most people decided to ride this storm out at home. And really, from the folks that I talked to, their biggest concern is actually the wind gusts versus the storm surge and even that rain as well. They're more worried about the winds because with Ian, we had some significant problems here with roofs being blown off of some homes, and that was a good 75, 80 mile per hour wind gust. And as you mentioned, right now we're going at around 65 miles per hour with the worst of the winds still yet to come. So the wind is that key factor here. Storm surge also going to be a bit of a problem for those vulnerable areas a little farther down to my south in Daytona Beach shores.
Yeah, we've got this interaction with Milton proper, of course, but that old front of the upper level jet will have some winds screaming their way across the peninsula. We got a long night left to go with Milton. Haley, thank you. It's what I mentioned. That sensor, by the way, SRQ, we just confirmed it. It's down for the time being. It might be broken at Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport, gusting up over 100 miles per hour. We got a ways to go. Keep it here with Fox Weather.
If you're a Medicare benefit...
As an investor in many small businesses, I know how hard it is to acquire new customers using only social media. TV advertising works, but for years it's been too expensive and was hard to measure. So I fixed it and created Wonder Ads. Powered by Tatari, Wonder Ads makes TV advertising as simple as digital ad platforms. You'll know what creative is working across all TV networks and streaming services, with metrics like customer acquisition cost and return on ad spend. Scale your business on TV at wonderads.com.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Get your free gift bundle featuring the Kids Guide to President Trump and the Kids Guide to the Presidential Election by visiting freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
Been arrested before? Yeah, for what? A lot of different things.
Cops is back.
Don't you move!
Don't put your hands on me!
You're not trying.
I wasn't gonna harm you, I was just pulling it out to show you.
If you're not lying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
Criminals say the darndest things.
Well, when somebody assaults me in the spirit with a demon?
Cops. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
You know the truck you were driving was stolen?
They gave it to me.
America is streaming.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Today is a new day, and FoxNews.com just made it a little bit better. Yeah, we're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, with original and exclusive reporting. But we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. What? Fox News has games? You betcha. Bigger, better, with so many more ways to find the stories you want. It's the perfect way to spend your day. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to Fox Weather's continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Ian Oliver. You're looking at a live picture there. That is a the mainland Sarasota side of the bay there. It's Nokomis, Florida, opposite side of the beaches into the Intracoastal Waterway. Boy, have we seen some high-impact weather. We've got an ongoing flash flood emergency. Hillsborough, Pinellas, down into Manatee. That includes Tampa, St. Pete, down to Bradenton. Huge wind gusts right at the mouth of the bay, where you can see the lighthouse if you spend some time out there, maybe at Fort DeSoto State Park. You look out toward Egmont Key. They've now recorded a wind gust there up to 105 miles per hour. It appears as though the weather sensor at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport failed. At least it's not reporting data right now, and that was with a gust up to about 103 miles per hour. So this is where we stand right now. A 10 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, winds of 110 miles per hour. So a strong Category 2. Its motion east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. We just got Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross back in the studio. So let's visit for an update. Brian, I was talking to Mark Sudduth about this, and it was something that we talked about in the lead-up. This has almost... It's not halfway there by any stretch of the imagination, but it's taken on this kind of Frankenstein hybrid look. And the northwestern quadrant of this, almost like you would see in a nor'easter, is where we see the high impact weather. That's over the high population spots.
Yeah, and it's evolving into a nor'easter is what it's doing. I mean, it's interacting with the jet stream, all these sort of northern weather things. Matter of fact, we have kind of two systems. We have a tropical system to the south where we have these bands that have come through. And although we had this excessive number of tornadoes today for a Florida tropical hurricane.
Right.
I mean, because the northern part up here, this is really being influenced by the jet stream, which is northern weather pushing down. In October, we get these kinds of things. But I wanted you to notice on the track here, so it made this hard right, which was sort of forecast, although we didn't know where that was going to happen. Was that going to happen just a little farther north, right?
What's that, an hour? 2 hours?
Right.
It would have made all the difference with that.
Crazy for the water in Tampa Bay. As it turned out, they got the wind instead.
And the water, but fresh water.
Fresh water, yes. Yeah, tremendous amount of fresh water. So anyway, it's coming in here and going like this, and this eye wall, this northern piece of the eye wall, is going to go with it. So that's going to take it into central Florida and a whole populated I-4 corridor going over there, including the theme parks. And so you can see here, again, look at the line. Draw a line from Tampa over to Melbourne. It's all north of there,
right,
is where everything is happening. And it's really a difference in the atmosphere between these two areas. This line out here is the incredible squall line, one of them that came through. Another one well out here, getting out of radar range, that came through Florida earlier today that caused all those tornadoes. And I've never seen, actually, in a Florida hurricane, this number of tornadoes. In Hurricane Ivan, that went up just east of the Pensacola area, went up into the southeast, tremendous number of tornadoes across the southeast. But now, in that case, you're driving a tropical hurricane up into northern air, and the elevation is increasing and all kinds of other things to cause it. Here, and in Port St. Lucie in St. Lucie County, we had multiple deaths there from one of those tornadoes. I mean, these were very strong, unusually strong tornadoes for Florida at any time, let alone in a situation like this. But it was because of a couple of strange things. One was the track coming at an angle like that. The other was this strong jet stream coming down, which was responsible for weakening the storm. Remember, we had a Category 5 hurricane here, and then that jet stream came in and drove the dry air in. And it also kind of energized this tremendous tornado outbreak, 126 up to this point. And we still may have more tornadoes associated with this. Now, for the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg metropolitan area, with the hurricane to the south, the wind is blowing out, as Ian was talking about. We've had down here at kind of at the south end of the bay, a couple reports over 100 mile an hour gusts. St. Petersburg the airport there on the bay where it's exposed to the wind coming off the water there, wind gusts into the 90s there. And I checked, by the way, out here in Clearwater where the wind is pushing the water offshore, and it's about 2 feet below the normal tide, even though the tide is coming in. And so the wind is pushing the water offshore there. So storm surge is not the issue in Tampa. Wind and rain and flooding from the rain, that's the issue. Down farther south, here we don't have any real reports in there. The power is out. The wind measuring devices are not working in between Sarasota, which that one has gone out as well now, and all the way down to Punta Gorda. But with this onshore wind, we know the water is piling up against the coast. The forecast there for up to 13 feet. But we don't know exactly what is happening right now until we get down to Fort Myers and Naples. Naples is above the Helene level now that caused flooding there in Naples. So we assume there is flooding underway in Naples. Fort Myers is not quite to the same level, but it's getting there, and the tide is coming in. So there may be more tide to come yet in downtown Fort Myers up the Caloosahatchee River. It's all about the angles, as you know, Ian, exactly where the maximum water rise is when the water has to go in a waterway. So if it's a little bit off, you don't get as much in, but if it's right on, boy, that water can go miles inland. And that's what we're seeing to some degree there in the Fort Myers area in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, and those are big numbers already, right? The warnings go up it's 3 feet, right? Right. It's a life-threatening surge ongoing in both of those spots right now. That's a live picture from Tampa, Florida. That is where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. Steve, Cody and I were just taking a look at the numbers. Tampa International Airport over the last 24 hours, most of it coming in the last 12, clearly, and over the last 6, truly, it's 8 and almost a quarter inches of rain recorded, and it's pouring still, clearly. That's why there's this flash flood emergency. What have you seen playing out over the last half an hour or so? Because it's concerning with how much heavy rain still needs to get through, and obviously how much rain has fallen already.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Ian, the rain hasn't let up. The wind definitely hasn't let up. The wind at times actually accelerating. It's so interesting when you're in a big city like this, when you're talking about how the wind funnels down these different streets, and you'll kind of get it almost actually accelerating once it hits a corridor. You hear that? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm going to lose my hat. That's going to be gone. But, all right, so that just went by. So now we're good, right? It's that ebb and flow. And what we found out is a lot of these street signs are starting to come on down. So it's this eerie feeling because you got the roar of the wind, right? And then with that, Ian, if you look at this is a big old sign. I know you lived here for a while. This is that Heart bus sign. I mean, this is sheet metal. It was scraping along the road. We've seen this. And then about 2 blocks down, I heard another sign collapse, and it went barreling down. So I just wanted to pick this up. We're going to secure it down. We're going to put it away so we don't have any of this flying around. But that's kind of the hazards that are at play right now when you're talking about not only a big wind event, but the longevity of this. I'll tell you what, Ian, that just kind of came from behind me. It's like this swirling. Like before it was hitting me right in the face, right? Then it was coming in on the side. Now it's coming back around. So it's just interesting to watch how it swirls around. And as I'm watching it come off the top of these roofs, it's like a waterfall inverse, like inverted waterfall, where it's just blitzering off the top of it. Really, what we're talking about in total is the full fury of this. The eye wall is coming in. You had mentioned the rain, right? Over 8 inches here in Tampa, this area. St. Petersburg eclipsing 10 inches. And all of this in a short time frame. This is one of the limited scenarios. I mean, this is very isolated from where we're at, where there's this rain and all of that's kind of ponding here. This is not significant. My concern was, hours ago, we've been looking at these drains. They're all clogged up. There's all types of debris that's coming in, whether it's the leaves or the branches. It's all getting snarled up in there. And the longer this rain event goes on, the more that kind of backflows and ponds all the way out here. So why it's been so important for everybody to kind of heed those warnings. Initially, it was the evacuation warnings. Now we're in that flash flood emergency. And you know, it was warranted, Ian, and I can see that this rain ain't going anywhere. This looks like it's going to be going on all overnight. So if you're watching this, by the way, everybody, if you're in your shelter, hunker down, come out tomorrow when it's better, and we'll start to see what the damage is like after Milton.
Doesn't really jive real well with what we're seeing.
Steve, we were actually just taking a look at the numbers with the wind direction, and yeah, Brian was making the point too. It doesn't necessarily, everything's not all square with the radar presentation and what we're seeing with some of the sensors, but Sam was just looking at it, and to your point, at least Tampa International Airport has shifted from northeast now to north. That's what Sam was looking into. Cody found over at Albert Whitted Airport, other side of the bay from you in St. Pete, they're up to 14.5 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So if you needed a reason why a flash flood emergency has been issued, that's it right there.
And a big thing, Ian, by the way, is that this is not isolated to us, right? We got to tell people in Lakeland, Orlando, Daytona, all this I-4 corridor, you are in the zone of this northern side of the storm. So, I mean, what we're seeing play out here in Tampa, likely to play out in your region overnight tonight. So, not one of these type of nights to try to get out to see what the damage is like. You want to make sure you ride out the full extent of Milton.
Yeah, no question. And it's coming attractions and not in a good way at all. Steve, be safe. We'll talk to you soon. We do want to move a little bit farther off to the south, back down to Bradenton, Florida, where we find Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, I'm not sure if you could hear that. We were talking about the freshwater concerns here with up over 14 inches of rain at St. Pete. Tampa was up over a foot or so. What have you seen with the wind? Because you're still in the northwestern part of what was that inner core.
Yeah, it's not letting down here, Ian. I can tell you that. And I can hear my reverb in my ear of my voice. As you can see, a massive gust right now. This is the kind of wind that'll bring you to your knees, and this is why no one should be out, and that's why we're out here trying to illustrate why there are evacuations and why people need to heed the warnings of these major hurricanes, and this one, Hurricane Milton. The scary part right now is the fact that this is nocturnal. It's in the middle of the night, and it's tough, obviously, impossible to see any projectiles in the area, and that is why I'm constantly moving like this, and I'm bracing myself because these wind gusts have brought me to my knees several times in the past hour, and they have not let down. In fact, the rain has gotten more intense in this area from what I can tell. There are moments when we can take a second to go into the vehicle, and the vehicle is just getting rocked back and forth, back and forth. And we positioned ourselves away from power poles, so if indeed they do fall, they don't fall on our vehicle. We had a tree come down earlier when we were on the Manatee River, and that's why we had to leave that area. Power transformers have been blowing up in this area. We've seen the flashes, the purple and the orange hues. And you know, the thing is the funeral home right over there, maybe you probably can't see it. They're on a generator, obviously. That's how they're sustaining. Earlier, when we were making our way off of the Manatee River, we were looking at stoplights that were just swaying back and forth above us, and some of the signs just flickering like this, ready to be ripped off. Any structure that is compromised is not going to make it in a wind field like this. Well over 100 mile an hour wind gusts. The sustained, I don't know what the sustained is, but these wind gusts are just rocking this area right now. Milton is just relentless. And again, nocturnal hurricane, not good, so scary. First responders can't be out here if indeed people need help. We know that there are fatalities already. Can't put a number on that, won't put a number on that. Have to wait to see. The sun comes up. This will rage throughout the night, unfortunately. And not just here in Bradenton where we are at. All over the peninsula of Florida as another huge wind gust is coming in. It tests your body to be out here. And again, anyone that is watching this and saying to themselves, why is he doing this? We do it because we are showing first responders and those who have to go out into daylight tomorrow and go into this to understand exactly the intensity and why there is going to be so much damage in the area, and documenting this historic hurricane as it comes in. By far the most intense hurricane that I have experienced this season. It was in Jamaica for Beryl. We tracked Debbie all the way up the coast from Fort Myers to New York City. We did Francine. There's another one in between. I can't even remember. We've been so busy covering the tropics. But this is the most intense, Ian.
You've been a busy guy, no question. Brian and I were just watching your shot, and we wanted to ask you real quickly, can you tell what direction you are to the Manatee River? Because we're wondering what direction the wind is coming from now. Does it feel like it's coming from the river? Is it coming from the north now?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so behind the camera, behind the Fox Weather Beast that's lighting us, and the great team, Lloyd Alford and Jared Maloney, this wind is coming from the direction of the Manatee, way up behind there. If you go through those neighborhoods, that's where the river is.
Yeah.
Beyond, I would say, probably a quarter mile, and that's where we started tonight.
Okay. Yeah, so the inner core is off to your east now. You're on the back side of it. You get these winds cranking out of the north. Part of it is because that part of the storm is very intense, but you're also getting lit up a bit because you've got that frictionless surface going right over the Manatee, and that's finding its way right to you there. All the while, we've got more of the freshwater hazards farther off to the north with a new flash flood emergency for parts of Pasco, northern Hillsborough, and over into Polk County too. So many different hazards being presented by Milton, and they'll be hanging with us through the overnight. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, thank you. Fox Weather has you covered. Our team on the ground, you just saw them across Florida, bringing you the latest as Milton continues to bring the hazards we've been mentioning through the overnight period. That is a live picture from Siesta Key. It's blocked a little bit, but if you look at the railing, obviously the boat's bouncing around. You can see some water rise as we're getting a push of water on the backside of Milton. We've got continuing coverage for you right through the overnight. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
Attention. If you're shopping for a home, Realtor.com's Real View Maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing. And now, Real View Maps feature heat, wind, and air quality ratings as well.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives.
Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back. That is a live picture from Siesta Key where we mentioned some of that water ice. Look at the railing. You can see, the railing itself is taking a bit of a beating. The boat is bouncing around. And the water rise, that is the surge coming up. And a very important point to make, we're going to check back in coming up in a few minutes with Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. If you're at home, if you're on the Fox Weather app, you're looking at the radar, you look at the southern half of this storm, and you don't see a lot. That's the work of some of the dry air that's wrapped in. It's a bit of a naked swirl. Just because the radar isn't seeing rain doesn't mean that there's a ton of wind there, and that wind on the southern part of all this is onshore and pushing some of that water, the surge, into the coastline. So the southern part of this circulation is still quite gusty. It's just the northern part of it that's especially menacing right now for all the reasons that you talked about. Sam, you said St. Pete, more than 5 inches of rain? In 1 hour. In 1 hour. So, yeah, that's the definition of a tropical downpour right there. Let's go out to a gentleman that's been experiencing that and still is, Fox Weather's Steve Bender. Steve, I don't know if you could hear that. 5 inches plus per hour. Their total for 24 hours is up over 14 inches over on the St. Pete side.
I believe it, Ian. When you're looking at this rain, when it's coming down, I mean, it is so heavy. It just comes in kind of like shields or like bands of it, just keep hitting you one after another. It's almost mesmerizing looking down all 4 different streets and the different direction it's coming in at. And at times, I'm actually looking way down here. There's a lot of tree damage over here, and the wind's going the other direction, thankfully. But you're looking at some of the branches and the leaves swirling around each other. It's like these little mini vortices down these streets of downtown Tampa. By the way, word of that flash flood emergency because of what you alluded to. The wind gusts have been hurricane force winds, and we've been seeing in excess of 100 miles an hour in St. Petersburg. Oh yeah, it's a good band coming right through right now. One thing I wanted to address, Ian, was we're in Hillsborough County. We got over 200,000 people without power. That's a third of the county, right? We're looking at about just over 30% at least of the county without power. And a major concern is that when they're going to be able to get that back on, because this thing's not going anywhere. This northern side of this storm is completely opposite of what you were describing on the southern side, right? The southern side completely absent on radar, that dry air. I would wish that some of that dry air would get up here, but we got instead just this excessive rain that's going to be expected to go ongoing at least for another couple of hours. And then it's going to be sent down the I-4 corridor, and big concerns for other major cities. Right? You think about Tampa, home to 3 million people, and that puts a lot of the population vulnerable to these type of conditions. You go out towards Orlando, and you think about the conditions there and how much flash flooding can ensue in Orlando and that area. Just so much that's layered in with all of this, and just a concern. I'm just going to look down here and kind of hear some stuff at times, and it looks like it is clear. Something else I wanted to mention, Ian, and you actually saw this during Helene. It was wild. I was actually talking with 2 gentlemen. They're kind of standing underneath the parking garage, just kind of taking it all in. They live out in South Tampa near MacDill Air Force Base, and we were looking up, and out of nowhere, it turned into that blue towards greenish hue, and that's that power surge. Something had been severed, whether it was a substation or anything, but all the sky illuminated in that color. Now, it was nowhere near the intensity that you experienced, whereas multiple kind of cycles of that, but it was one good burst where everything turned green. It was just very ominous, kind of, kind of staggering when you watch that in a big city. Thankfully, where we're at, we do have power right now. As you can see, plenty of light right now, but concerns ongoing with the amount of rain that's going to go in. Right now, the drainage has been able to keep up in our area, but the more this goes on, the more damage that's created. That's going to clog up the drainage systems all around Central Florida, and we're going to be looking at flooding being a major concern. And then I know you're going to be talking with Brian here in just a moment. Once that wind changes direction up here, or even in Southwest Florida, and that surge really starts to enhance because the high tide cycle, none of this fresh water can be released. It's all going to be trapped, and we're going to be talking about the saltwater and freshwater combination, and where there's going to be major concerns for these areas of Florida where they're going to be underwater for a while. So that's kind of what we're seeing here in downtown Tampa. I mean, it's not ending. As you guys have talked about, we've had substantial rain all at once, and then the wind just keeps bringing it back in. So I was looking at the Fox weather model, and you can put it into motion about 2 hours. Even doing that, we still have some of the outer bands, the very backside of this system, still over us here in downtown Tampa, so a long ways to go. And if you're at home, stay there. You don't want to be out in this, I can tell you that.
Yeah, Steve, that northwestern quadrant isn't moving especially quickly off of where you're at. So I think you're right. 2.5 hours of that still to go. And to your point with the salt water, I don't think you have big problems there. The fresh water is very problematic and the big wind gusts. But farther down to the south of where that center moved ashore, part of the reason we were talking about these margins being razor sharp, who got the surge and who wouldn't, I think we're going to see some problems down that way, and that's what we're going to talk about next. Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender, thank you. Let's do it. We got some live pictures. First, we'll show you some of these pictures from, this is Storm Tracker Brett Adair, Live Storms Media. Look, I used to live in Tampa. I'm trying to see if I can see what that business is. Oh, clearly there's water going down this road. You can see waves moving down the road, and that is fully a function based on what we've seen. Consider that there's a negative surge in the bay. There was a reverse storm surge. Most of those are reporting 2, 3, 4. I think I saw up to 5 feet below. Water was pushed out of the bay. That's not salt water. That's fresh water. It's actually Venice. Okay, actually, that was a bad locator. It's Venice. That is salt water then, and for all the reasons that we were just talking about before my 30-second rationalization in my mind. Let's get to that. This is the picture going on down in Fort Myers. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. Brandy, we've seen the numbers where you are, the Caloosahatchee River, a center where we know where it is, up to almost 5 feet of water rise. What's the scene been like there in Fort Myers?
Well, right now we're standing in the streets of downtown Fort Myers. We're just about, I'd say, 2 blocks away from the Caloosahatchee River. And so you can see right now, pointing at my feet, I'm standing in about 1 inch or 2 of water. But just looking down the street, you can see it is flooded. And again, we are just about 2 streets into the downtown area. These businesses immediately next to me, if I can point the camera that direction, they have the sandbags up. So far, these aren't being tested, but with us knowing this isn't the peak of it just yet, the water is going to keep rising. So putting these businesses potentially at risk. I mean, if you take a look down the street on the corner, you can see you have that white business. They have, I believe that's the Tiger Dam system, which is usually blown up or filled with water to go ahead and try to protect them from getting that flooding. The water, it does look to be approaching that, testing out that barrier that they have. So this is what folks are having to deal with. Like you mentioned, about 4.5 feet of storm surge in this area. Several hours ago, I believe it was around 6 o'clock, we were actually able to stand next to the river, also seeing the waves just kind of crashing onto land at that point. So now it's just amazing just to see how storm surge works, how fast that water quickly moves inland. It's kind of something you can't really imagine happening. You think the water's going to stay where it's supposed to be, but these storms nothing to play with. The water it's pushing the water inland. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it because it's going to continue rising. We've seen it since we've been out here, starting to rise closer and closer to our cars. So we'll probably have to keep moving streets further inland. Besides that, if I turn off this light, we still have the light from the camera, but it is dark out here. I can see some of the street lights on down the street, but for the most part, the lights are out. We drove in from our hotel and I could just see the power flashes of green in the sky and blue. I even saw a flash of red in the sky at one point. So that you'll see on and off throughout the night. We know power outages just continuing to go up. I believe they're getting close to 100,000 here in this county. Ian?
Yeah, Brandy, I know we're not talking about numbers, anything close to Hurricane Ian, but again, it's a damaging, it's a dangerous surge, and it brings back a lot of those feelings, and it brings back a lot of the things you have to do to recover from this, and just the trauma, the fatigue of going through an experience like that. Fox weather correspondent Brandy Campbell, we know you're keeping an eye on it. We'll talk with you soon. We are watching the rising water down across parts of southwest Florida. That is the look at Venice, Florida. We know, yeah, the water is into the streets now. That's courtesy of Live Storms Media. Storm tracker Brett Adair. We do have Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross back with us. We'll talk about what we're expecting for this surge in the hours to come when we come right back here on Fox Weather. Stay with us for continuing coverage of Milton through the overnight.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
This is an election year unlike any other.
That's why you need America's #1 most watched news source. Stay with us.
All the way to election night.
The candidates
are ready.
Americans across the country are ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24.
Your freedom, your vote.
Fox News.
America is watching.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Don't put your hands on me! Oh!
Cops is back.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
You're not trying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
If you're not lying.
When somebody assaults me in the spirit with a demon?
Cops. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Why can't they protect that guy?
A Fox Nation exclusive. Jesse Waters investigates the attempted assassinations of Donald Trump. Streaming now.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back. You're looking at live pictures from Venice, Florida, southern part of Sarasota County, where the surge is up and you can see that water rushing down the street. We're going to talk more about the mechanisms that are generating that surge and how long that we're expecting it to last. You've got that playing out. This is from Mark Sudduth. That's on Siesta Key. We've been watching that water continuing to rise. Yeah, it's moving farther and farther up the railing. We saw, and actually, if you are on X or Twitter, Mark Sudduth posted a before and after. And yeah, we hope that boat hangs on there. It's really taken some stress. We've seen that the stern swing all the way around. It's done like a full 180, and that surge continues to beat up the railing. And yeah, more of these, saw a wave coming in, more of that water continues to rise. That's what's happening on the southern side of this circulation, which ironically is kind of the naked side, the dry side. There isn't much in the way of heavy rain or fresh water falling from the sky, but at the coast, the salt water is a problem. You move to the northern side of this, completely different set of hazards. That's where we've seen huge wind gusts, multiple recorded wind gusts, up over 100 miles per hour, and the rain has been prolific. We've got this sprawling flash flood emergency, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, over into part of Polk County here. It does include Tampa, St. Pete, down to Bradenton. Yes, some of Manatee is included in that too. All the while, this storm through the earlier part of the day today with these bands that moved ashore generated numerous confirmed tornadoes. Sadly, we now know that one of those tornadoes was deadly. There was loss of life related to Milton. 126 tornado warnings issued today by the National Weather Service. That represents the most in a single day for both the National Weather Service office in Tampa Bay and the one down in South Florida. So yeah, across the board with Milton, this has been a very dangerous storm, and it still is. I mentioned the storm surge. We've got Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross back with us. Brian, so many different hazards, as I was just mentioning. We have seen some of that water rise. It looks like it's still coming up on those cameras.
In some areas, it's all about the angle of the wind, but I just saw this was interesting. So let's talk about what's happening in the hurricane, because clearly we can see at the low levels where we see the greens, it looks like the circulation is there. Yeah. Right? But look at this. Doesn't this look like the northern eye wall over there? I think what's happening is the hurricane is kind of decoupling.
It's getting sheared out.
It's getting sheared.
Yeah.
And so the northern eye wall is approaching the Orlando metro area now very quickly. So it's
with some of the same problems we saw in Tampa and St. Pete.
Right,
yeah.
And it's going that way. So just a real heads up that it is coming for you in Central Florida, and it's coming faster than tracking the low-level center would indicate. Right, because the location of the storm is the low-level center.
You think that's doing much for the overall wind field with what's going on the southern side of the storm?
Yeah, I think it probably, well, the thing is the low-level winds are what are driving the storm surge around like this. Now, as the storm goes in, if that's the center there, then the storm surge angles are changing.
Right.
So that affects what the Gulf water is not going to come in as strong. But when you have a bay like Sarasota Bay that's angled north to south, pushing water down towards Siesta Key.
And there's water in the street in Venice, so we know that there is definitely a pretty good push.
So we'll get there. Let's take a look at what is going on down with the wind. First of all, let's look at the wind. Look at Leesburg gusting to 75 now. That's that eye wall moving over to the east there. There you see Sanford, Orlando Executive Herndon Airport there. The McCoy, the Orlando International Airport, is not working. They're out of commission for some reason. But anyway, the winds are coming toward Central Florida, already gusting to 70 at Daytona Beach. Obviously, it's going to take out power, knock down trees, and so forth. Here are the winds. Look at this, gusting right now, 101 at St. Petersburg. There at Albert Whitten Airport there on the water, because the wind is coming in over the water and getting right there. 83 up at Tampa International, closer to downtown Tampa. So it's still happening on the backside, but it's very complicated kind of dual coming apart kind of system that we're looking at. Now we're using the radar just to tell you about wind direction, low-level wind direction. And here you can see it coming down from the north to the south. And this bay right in here is called Sarasota Bay. This is Siesta Key, right down here, so down at the south. So the water is getting pushed down towards Siesta Key. You may have seen the cameras that we had in Siesta Key showing that water rise. So it's just because the water isn't coming off the Gulf anymore doesn't mean you can't get water rise. Now let's go farther down to Venice. Now I took the radar off here because the radar makes it harder to see the map. But in Venice, you have Roberts Bay here. And again, the water can come in here or get what's in there gets pushed down this canal here, and lots of flooding off of that area there and related to this bay. So water gets pushed inland, and then it can get directed in various directions even after the wind direction changes. All right, farther south we go. Here you can see, look, there's the wind coming down the coast now, and then it's curling into Punta Gorda. Flooding in Punta Gorda is underway with winds gusting to 64. Look, gusting to 63 down at Cape Coral. Now, it gets really complicated down here farther south around these islands and so forth on what direction affects the storm surge. So in Naples, for example, now that the storm has moved away, moved to the east, and the winds are lighter, this number is coming down. This number peaked there at 5 feet above normal high tide. That's slowly come down. Fort Myers is still going up. So that's because the water is getting driven up the Caloosahatchee just because the angles and it gets driven behind Pine Island or behind Captiva or in whatever angle it takes just to get the water to go up the Caloosahatchee River. So, Ian, this has got more time to go in some places. Other places, the storm surge is letting up right now.
Yeah, Brian, we're following some news coming into Fox Weather, sad update coming out of the other side of the state over on the Atlantic side, and it's related to the tornadoes that we saw earlier. Let's bring in now by phone St. Lucie County, Florida, their sheriff, Keith Pearson. He's with us now on Fox Weather. Sheriff, thank you for being here with us. Of course, we've been following the multiple hazards presented by Milton over the last several hours, and we've got word that multiple fatalities have been confirmed there. This was related to what we saw play out a bit earlier in the day as this storm spawned numerous tornadoes across the peninsula. What's the latest there? What can you tell us?
Currently, we're in a rescue mode. Governor DeSantis and his team has been amazing. They sent the National Guard down, hundreds of members of the search and rescue teams. I can confirm that there is multiple fatalities from this tornado that struck our area. They actually started off earlier in the day with a tornado striking our sheriff's office, taking out one of our about a 10,000 square foot red iron building that's built for hurricanes was wiped out from a tornado. And then shortly thereafter, we had, from what I'm being told, 17 confirmed tornadoes within about a 20-minute time frame in the northern section of Fort Pierce. And unfortunately, it hit a community that's mainly a retirement community that are modular homes, and they didn't stand a chance. Everything in its path is just devastated. Our deputies are out there, even while this storm Milton is approaching, with National Guardsmen, with search and rescue teams, going through the rubble. This is a 100% rescue mission that we're doing right now, and unfortunately, I can confirm that there has been multiple fatalities. It's awful news, especially with your description of how all of this played out. You're preparing for this sprawling hurricane. It was this Cat 5 earlier in the day, and you get something more localized, but even worse in what looked to be a terrible tornado. We could see that debris signature on Doppler radar. We saw some images of these tornadoes. They weren't tornadoes like you would expect with a landfalling tropical system, something like a waterspout that moves ashore, does some damage and weakens. These were big tornadoes by the looks of it, and the National Weather Service will go out and investigate that. How widespread was it across your area? Any word on the number of some of those rescues that your team had to perform? There's hundreds of houses that are just destroyed. Anything that was in the path of these multiple tornadoes, our deputies were on the scene. We were out. I was in a patrol car watching cars getting slid off of I-95 as these multiple tornadoes came through so swift and so sudden. Our deputies were reporting back live on our radios that they're seeing these multiple. So these are 100% tornadoes that touch down in our community. These are 100% tornadoes that are devastating and were fatal. I don't know how you would gauge the power or strength of a tornado, but some of the debris that I seen on scene there was vehicles that are flipped upside down and moved hundreds of yards. Trailers, modular homes that were completely, they don't even look like modular homes. There's no entrance to them anymore. So our teams are out there. Again, Governor DeSantis and his team sent down the National Guard. They got here within record time. We've got about 300 members of law enforcement and volunteers out there sifting through these residences and the rescue mission to see if we can get anybody else out of there. And we're working through the storm. We haven't even started to begin to feel the effects of the hurricane that's coming through with the sustained winds, but we're out there. We're going to continue to go out there. You know, this is just this is an unfortunate event that we've come together as a community and as a Floridian, and we're going to do everything we can to rescue these individuals. We're out soaking wet. You know, we're on scene now, and we're not going to leave until we make sure that we rescued everybody we possibly can.
It's great work. I know you were absolutely as prepared as you could be for something like this. And then those tornadoes right at the onset of this started coming early and often. And you mentioned where the tornado struck. This is a scenario where that is just, unfortunately, as you said, not a structure that's going to hold up to a tornado based on what we could see, the tornadoes of this magnitude. An awful situation. Thanks for what you've done and what your teams will continue to do through what has already been a devastating event for not just St. Lucie County, but for the state of Florida. Sheriff Keith Pearson, thanks for being with us on Fox Weather.
Thank you.
So you heard it. That was the very beginning of this. Hundreds of homes destroyed in St. Lucie County by what the sheriff said, 17 tornadoes. The estimate, I mean, we're going to have a lot of work to be done with the cleanup and the investigation of the aftermath. That will be done in the aftermath. We're not done with this just yet. We've got hazards coast to coast, from the Gulf side all the way across the state to the Atlantic side. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to track Milton.
Accidents happen.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? By refinancing to a lower rate through Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
FoxNews.com just got a little better. We're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, but we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Iowa takes on Washington. Big noon Saturday, only on Fox.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24, your freedom, your vote.
126, first on the scene.
This season of 911 Lone Star is off the rails, and you can watch anytime.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, only Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
911, what's your emergency?
There is a dead body on the side of the road.
You can learn a lot about a person even after they die. I'm Dr. Michael Baden, and I have performed more than 20,000 autopsies.
We really thought this was going to be a straightforward case. Then we get the autopsy report back.
The answers are there. You just have to know what to look for.
The Baden Files, streaming now, only on Fox Nation.
Don't put your hands on me! Ah!
You're not trying.
I was just pulling it out to show you.
If you're not lying.
I wasn't running, I just missed my turn.
Cops, new episode Friday on Fox Nation.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. That's a live picture from Siesta Key in Florida, where we talked about the water rise, the storm surge being pushed ashore south of where that center of circulation moved onshore. It looks like, a piece of the railing, left side of your screen, has broken away. We've been watching the surge continuing to rise there. And unfortunately, with some component of the wind field that's perpendicular to the coastline, to the beaches there, Siesta Key, Sarasota County, it is continuing to push more water into the coastline. So we're going to monitor that surge closely. Let's go a bit farther off to the north, back to Tampa, Florida, where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. Steve, has that rain let up at all? Because it looks like we got, an hour and a half left of the heavy stuff, and we've already seen just incredible totals leading to the flash flood emergency.
Not at all, Ian. It's been raining constantly right now. I'm kind of shielded by a massive hotel right here, so it doesn't look as intense. But once you get out into the road, it is coming down hard and fast. I'll be honest with you, since we last talked, maybe the strongest wind gusts that we've experienced here. We heard just down the road, you can hear it starting to pick back up, right? Look at that. Yeah, see, it's still coming in. It is this ebb and flow, and when it comes in, it packs a punch. But what I was trying to say was just a couple blocks down, you could just hear this pop, pop, pop going. And since it's completely, vacant out here, it kind of echoes off of all these big buildings. Again, very eerie sense here, and then you'd hear this metal scraping as more debris got lodged. Well, I am on this side. I did not want to contend with whatever's coming down there, as we've seen that. But if you look way off in the distance, it would be tough along this sidewalk. There's been these large branches, and actually now that I'm looking in this intersection, it looks like multiple branches. I wasn't sure if there was a tree that was uprooted, a smaller one, but it looks like multiple branches, and they've just been kind of dragged along the intersection going down that road. After we're done talking, I'm going to go check just to see how much is accumulated down there. But it's never ending. I keep looking at the Fox radar. I'm saying, can we keep moving it? Can we get out of this pocket of rain and intense downbursts of wind? My concern is just how waterlogged we are. You're going to start seeing even more and more of these power lines collapsing, or the poles, along with those trees. And it's just, it's not ending. We know we're under a flash flood emergency. By the way, that includes over 2 million people. So this is something that's been ongoing. When we talk about those numbers that have been staggering, I mean, many of these locations in St. Pete at this point of the day has surpassed a foot of rain. Most of that coming in the last 5 to 6 hours. So it's been very potent and impactful when it came through with the northern Iowa. I know I heard you talking with Brian Norcross earlier, that it kind of almost fragmented or separated, and now you're starting to see that hit Orlando along the I-4 corridor. On a good day, that's about an hour and a half, 2 hours from here. So we're well past the eye wall, and we're still getting the backside, Ian, where it's still very powerful and creating damage here.
That the backside of the storm, because of the processes ongoing, the interaction with the front, that jet that it's experiencing now, the trough across the southeastern United States, every bit as advertised. Did want to update you, just checked in with Cody and Sam, over 10 inches of rain now at TPA, Tampa International Airport, and Albert Whitted in St. Pete. is over 18 inches of rain. That's a running 24-hour total. So a foot and a half in St. Pete, and the rain isn't done just yet. Steve, thank you. We'll be back with you soon. We do want to go out I-4. We talked about what was happening, the decoupling from the low-level spin to the mid-level circulation because of that wind shear. We got this big band, powerful winds and heavy rain right there in Lakeland. That's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, has the rain really picked up there? Because that's part of the reason why the National Weather Service expanded that flash flood emergency to Polk County to include Lakeland.
Ian, it is so loud right now because of this wind and the rain, and it's picked up more so just since landfall happened with Milton. I mean, it is so loud, it's like roaring in my ear. I've been around strong winds before, but I've never heard them as loud as Milton has been here in the Lakeland area. You know, a lot of people that I've talked to around here said that they've been through hurricanes, but they never really had prepared for something quite like this because they saw how widespread, how strong Milton had been forming, and they knew that it definitely looked scary. A lot of people here were not under a mandatory evacuation, but they were told by officials here in Polk County to be off the streets by noon today, and that if they were in a mobile home or in a low-lying area that was flood-prone, that they needed to find another place to stay tonight. There's about 20 shelters just in Polk County, 150 throughout the entire state. We know tens of thousands of people have been staying at these shelters. And I'll tell you, one woman, she traveled in from Clearwater Beach earlier today. Lakeland is right off one of the major corridors between Tampa and Orlando. And she was driving this morning. She originally, Ian, was going to wait out the storm. She said she was going to ride it out. She had everything prepped. She had her closet, and then she was going to ride it out. But it was a friend of hers that told her, no, you need to get out of there.
Even though I'm not a non-evacuated Zone D, no flooded area, but it's everything that I hear on the news, it's that it's going to be really a bad one. So I'm glad that I find a way to get out of there.
And I see some flash flooding there's a flash flood warning. I see some spots that are happening around here. So that's something that we will be watching for. Ian?
Yeah, Chelsea, we just checked. You're right under what we think is a piece of the remnant eye wall. Almost 7 inches of rain right there in Lakeland. A Fox News multimedia reporter, Chelsea Torres, thank you. Yeah, that is part of the story of Milton, these incredible rain amounts, big-time winds, and the surge right there. You're seeing it in Siesta Key. Stick with us as we track Milton.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered. And the cost isn't just in dollars, it's in lives.
Sanctuary America, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Cardinals, Packers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff leads the Lions against Dak and the boys. It's a huge doubleheader, Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
America is at a crisis point. For too long, the politicians, the media, and special interests have put themselves before the country.
Truths with Vivek Ramaswamy.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Since the devastation of October 7th, Black Saturday, I've been on the ground reporting on the raw realities of this war firsthand. Everyone down? From firsthand interviews with families and much more, these are my stories.
I'm Dr. Michael Baden. I have performed more than 20,000 autopsies. The answers are there. You just have to know what to look for.
The Baden Files, streaming now.
126, first on the scene.
We're looking at the worst mass casualty event in the history of Texas.
This season of 911 Lone Star
Get your air ready.
is
Get back!
off the rails.
You ready?
I was born ready. And you can watch anytime.
Who does she think she is, Laura Croft? Police, put your hands up!
Every Monday, it's all new.
Hang on!
Welcome to the party, Captain.
We'll be ready.
911 Lone Star, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to Fox Weather's continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Ian Oliver. That is a live picture from Orlando, where we're watching some of the stronger wind gusts and the heavy rain associated with Milton, what's left of that inner core. It's a bit decoupled now. That's the work of wind shear, the jet stream kind of pushing this storm apart from the lower levels to the upper levels, but it's brought with it some of that heavy rain and strong wind gusts now right down I-4. Unfortunately, some of the heaviest rain, the strongest wind gusts are hitting the bigger cities in the region. Siesta Key seeing some of the surge. The storm moved ashore on Siesta Key. That was earlier this evening. And with that, south of that circulation, you get the push of water, the storm surge, and you see the work of it right there. It has spun that boat completely around. It's continuing to batter that railing, and parts of it have give way. This is what we're seeing across the whole peninsula of Florida now. Flash flood warnings at a very minimum from coast to coast. By the way, per the 11 p.m. update here, this is still a Category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. Its motion east-northeast at 16, which is taking it across the peninsula. Different sets of hazards in different parts of the storm because of its interaction with the front and those strong upper level winds, as I mentioned. You notice it's taken on more of a comma shape. It's a bit of a hybrid, but it's something like a supercharged, a super strong nor'easter that has tropical moisture to work with. So with the rain rates, we saw in St. Pete more than 5 inches in a single hour. They're up over 18 inches of rain at Albert Whitted Airport right in downtown St. Pete. Tampa is up somewhere over 10 inches of rain now. These are flash flood emergencies that extend into Polk and up into Pasco County, too, as well as down into Manatee. Bradenton is included in that. But you notice the southern part of the storm, we don't have much rain. That's the dry air that's worked its way in. But that's where the wind is on shore. And the radar doesn't see wind. It sees water droplets. So just because there's no rain there doesn't mean there's no wind. And then look at all those flash flood warnings all the way up to the Atlantic side and out to the Space Coast. We talked about Bradenton. Let's go out there live. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, you saw some of the absolute worst of Milton, wind gusts that were likely in excess of 100 miles per hour. The rain is backing off, but the concern is the wind and what direction that wind is blowing.
Yeah, no doubt, Ian. And, you know, the second we think the wind field is over, it just comes back in. And, yeah, the Manatee River about a quarter mile behind where we are, where the weather beast is and the crew, and shooting me on this street here in Bradenton, West Bradenton area. And the wind is kind of whipping from the north at this point. The rain, yes, it has calmed down, which is great news, okay? And at least I'm not crouched down like I was before, taking on those 100-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts. We're still getting the gusts coming through, but power is out in this area as there's so many parts of Florida. The numbers continue to go up for customers. And I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. The scariest part about covering these hurricanes is when they come in at night, especially when you have one of this size, right? Makes landfall as a Category 3. And again, we talk about, you know, it really doesn't matter at this point, the category, it's the impacts. And we have felt them all throughout the night. We've seen downed trees, a tree collapse by a wind gust onto our vehicles. Everybody's okay, thankfully. But that is the problem that we're likely going to see as the day the sunlight comes up tomorrow, is so many downed trees, power lines, and structures that, frankly, you know, just couldn't handle this kind of wind field, especially those structures that are compromised already. And there are many of them in Old Florida, on some of the areas, on the barrier islands, beautiful barrier islands that were ravaged a couple weeks ago by Helene. And so, you know, the issue we're running into right now as we continue our coverage here is the fact that, you know, fuel is a real issue. We are all just tinkering and playing with the fuel game at this point. All of us, about a quarter tank left. And, you know, we have been traversing and tracking Milton all day long, from Tampa down to Sarasota, into West Bradenton, into Bradenton, and had to have all of our equipment powered up throughout this to bring you these live visuals of historic Milton as it's making its way in. And the wind gusts do persist. And I have to think that when we eventually do make our way out of this area and try to get our way into Tampa later tonight, so we can hit a fuel truck that we will get during the daybreak and start to cover the aftermath, that we're going to see a lot of flooding on roadways and a lot of downed trees and potentially even power lines and debris fields. It's tough to tell because it is dark, and that is the challenging and frightening part about it. Good news for much of Florida is the evacuations. A lot of people listen to that, and that is wonderful. Having said that, there are casualties that we know of at this point. Not going to put a number on that. We'll have to wait for the official word. But nonetheless, the winds continue. And by the way, it's cold. Isn't that just something? Sometimes in the aftermath, or actually during these systems, the temperature drops. And that's what we have right now. As you know, these breezes and these gusts continue to move into these regions. And inland, Orlando going to take it so hard tonight, is taking it, Jacksonville, and all the shoreline on the Atlantic side. We're going to be out here, continue to monitor, but at some point, we're going to have to get our engines roaring and make our way to I-75 so we can get back to Tampa and not play this game of fuel, which so many millions of people are going through, and they will tomorrow when they wake up. Gas is an issue, and when you're going to get out there as first responders for them, for all those brave men and women, they're going to need those resources as well. The Florida government has got them, and we're going to make our move at some point back to Tampa tonight and bring those visuals to everybody on Fox Weather. Back to you, Ian.
Thank you, Robert. We know you've done a wonderful job out there, and I know exactly what you were talking about. It's this weird thing, being a Floridian for quite a while. It's this weird aspect of tropical systems where you get to the end of the rainy season, giant circulation with a tropical system, and as you get closer to the end of all this, that giant circulation pulls down some of that dry air, and you haven't felt it in 7 months, and it's just an odd sensation and what's always an emotional thing. Before we let you go, I wanted to share this with you because I know it would resonate with you. Phil Klotzbach from Colorado State University, he's their lead tropical scientist. I always call him the Michael Jordan of tropical climatology. He said Milton is the third landfalling hurricane this year. It ties, at least for recently, for the most landfalling hurricanes. You had to go back to 2004, which was notorious for folks there in Florida with that sequence, and 2005, which was a notorious season. Hasn't happened since then. You stood there through all three of them.
We have, and you know, I will say for anyone that said in that lull we had in September that this was a dud of a season, oh no, right? And I think I said earlier, expect the unexpected and expect the expected, if that makes any sense.
I know what you're going for there, and yeah, hurricane season is 6 months, and where you're standing, we know how vulnerable that area is late in the season, and sadly, that's come to pass this year. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, thank you. I do want to get you updated on some of these winds, some of which Robert showed you. We're seeing some pictures coming in of some wind damage from across the Tampa Bay area, working to confirm and bring you some of those pictures. So stay with us on Fox Weather. That's a live picture. You can still see the wind blowing around there. And I'm looking now at some of our top wind gust reports. Venice, up to 107 miles per hour. That's the top wind gust. Egmont Channel, I've been working to see. I'm not sure if that's a buoy out in the mouth of Tampa Bay or if that's on Egmont Key where the pilots hang out. They have those places there to drive the big vessels into the bay, where you have that big lighthouse on Egmont Key. Hiked out there with my wife and some of our friends. Wonderful spot right there in the mouth of the bay. But today, a gust up to 105 miles per hour. St. Pete, gusting to 102. Sarasota, 102. So yes, for the immediate Tampa Bay area, St. Pete, Tampa proper, down through spots like down closer to Sarasota, the whole Tampa Bay area. At least south of the mouth of the bay, we did get the surge. In the bay itself, we were able to avoid what we were worried as far as a saltwater disaster, the water rise. We've seen this big emptying of the bay. Yeah, with this giant reverse storm surge or a negative surge, these numbers are way below where you would expect them to be at high tide. It's because the flow is offshore with a center of circulation that passed off to the south. These numbers would be reversed on the bad side had that center cut into Pinellas like we were worried about. We are seeing a surge farther off to the south, but what we did not avoid in many of these high population areas is the wind, which is leading to an extreme amount of power outages. Almost all of Hardy County, it's right there east of Manatee, and that makes sense. You didn't avoid the rain, which is still falling, more than 1.5 feet in St. Pete. And clearly, with these wind gusts up over 100 miles per hour, the wind damage is extreme. Let's go out to Pinellas County. 68% of the area, 68% of customers are without power. That's where we find Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel. Mike, what have the winds been like since we talked with you last? Because that's a big jump in the overall number of the power outages. It's got to be some of that freshwater flooding causing problems, too.
That may be the case, too, but we have seen the winds in the past 15, 20 minutes back off a little bit. We're not getting the roaring gusts consistently like we did. And if you look on the radar, we're getting away from the worst of the northern eye wall. Our winds, which were east through the day and into this evening, and some of those higher wind gusts pushing 90 miles an hour from the east, blowing offshore, now they've come around to the north. The center has gone by us, and that north wind. By the way, with the 11 o'clock update, the National Hurricane Center lowered the storm surge forecast for this area in Tampa Bay down to 3 to 5 feet, which is a whole lot better than 8 to 12. And yesterday, remember, it was 10 to 15. So although we may get some storm surge, it's looking more and more likely that we're not going to get the surge we had with Helene 13 days ago. The reason I'm standing here and not out in the street, because I'm under this big concrete hotel building, because part of the top, I believe part of the rooftop area where they have a bar and a pool, a little bit of a restaurant, ended up here in the street. Now this came down about 90 minutes ago. It's not heavy duty metal, it's more corrugated aluminum. What you see here in the street is a lot of just styrofoam, you know, like you have with drink coolers. And also out in the street, we've got pieces of the fence. There's a fence to the back of the first level of the parking garage under the hotel. And I think it got some damage from Helene, but this time around, this wind was just too much for it. And so these pieces of the fence, it's vinyl, came blowing through here, and they're all over the place here on the street right now. By the way, that damage pile we were showing you earlier, let's go ahead and we can pan over there, can't we? Yeah, that's the damage pile we've been showing you since earlier today. We were concerned earlier when we came on the air this morning at 10 that we're going to have this surge. And all the damage, all the debris and the damage from Helene from almost 2 weeks ago was going to be floating around and then blown around. Well, fortunately, that did not come to fruition. And watching the pile here, most of it is staying put. It's kind of like you put everything in a pile and you put weight on everything, and it pays off. So that's a good sign. Hopefully that's a sign for most of the debris around the area neighborhoods, because there's still so much debris from Hurricane Helene. So the winds are still gusty. We're still getting gusts, I'm sure, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. But certainly we've gotten through the worst of the wind speeds, and we've gotten most of the rainfall out of the system. But, you know, we're talking up to a foot or more of rain in parts of Pinellas County, certainly over around St. Petersburg. And we've had 8 to 10 inches in this area based on personal weather gauges. Ian?
Yeah. Yeah, how cruel and unusual is that? 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks. The numbers that you just mentioned, we had a record surge in Pinellas County, where you're standing, a little bit less than 2 weeks ago. Wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. And Albert Whitted Airport is up over 1.5 feet of rain last 24 hours, 18 inches. So all of the top-end horrible tropical impacts.
And, you know, we were talking about this yesterday, that the northern side of the storm would get the heaviest rainfall because of the baroclinicity, because we've really got this fall system, the jet stream digging down, the cold front into northern Florida, interacting with this hurricane, and that kind of juiced up the whole thing. And that's one of the reasons I think these twisters today were so strong. Last time I looked at SPC, we had filtered reports. We had 23 tornado reports, and they did not, I thought they would, but they did not reissue that tornado watch. So it expired at 9 p.m. Eastern. They did not reissue it. And it's been much quieter, thankfully, over the past few hours this evening as far as tornadoes or tornado warnings. It's now all about the rain and the flash flooding, and that flash flood emergency for parts of Hillsborough County until 2:30 in the morning.
To your point, Mike, this is a storm that's taken on a bit of a hybrid